I'm here. I just need to finish the list. Also, the kitty was right next to me, and I was going to I was going to turn the camera to him because he was being so adorable, and then he got up right before the song ended.
Yeah, kitty. You guys are silly.
Thank you for the cheer, Death said.
Oh, are you coming back or do you want out? Kitty. Yeah, you can go out if you want. I'd rather you stay, but if you gotta go out.
Hello. Whoa, ghoulish. Thank you for the big cheer. Really appreciate that. Radio show stream. Again with the glow. I don't really want to close the blinds because, whoa, what is that? Yeah, what is this now? That's crazy. Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream.
Kitty. Kitty.
Oh, incoming ad break. Yeah, Mako surrounded by a purple border. Thank you for the cheer, Hellenic. Yeah, it's not just like a purple border. It's like a big border that seems like a little animated. It's like purple smog around his name.
Cat. My cat. Don't step on the keys. Don't step on the keys.
Oh, you silly cat. Okay. Okay, well, yay, a hype train. Yay for hype train. Whoa, Death's Head, thank you so much. Oh, they cost bits. What? It's an effect you can use bits to do. Interesting. Why does it not tell me, like, oh, hey, like, they gave bits, and then here's their reward. They get a cool border. Yes. I don't know if you guys are in the middle of an ad, but hello, Magistrate Ironlung, Hellenic Taoist, Death's Head, Ghoulish Misfit, Makokam. I think that's everybody. I know Reinkarnitor said he would be here at some point in the not so private chat. But yes. Are you guys getting an ad or not? Because I think it said that an ad break was gonna start, and then it didn't say it had started. Hello, Marks. You are green today. Maybe it's not everyone yet, but you can click the bit button. It costs like 20 bits. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Wait a second. Yeah, is that... So the first encore is already unlocked? That's awesome. There we go. Oh, it was snoozed automatically. Okay. Don't know why, but alright. Okay, so if you are new here, here's how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for that prompt. And then, at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them will be guaranteed submissions. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. You can unlock encores by cheering. Once upon a time, we had a bar that would tell you when you got to 100%, but it was swallowed by the void. So now we have... a calculating wolf, Mako, and Death's Head, who will help us figure out when we have unlocked the encores, which I believe they have already done by telling us that we have unlocked the first one already, which is awesome. But yeah, it's very much appreciated when you do that. It really helps me. It also helps other people get their stories read, so it is just a lovely thing to do overall. And if you want to be in the guaranteed submissions, that is a supporter thing. So if you subscribe on Twitch or on Discord, then you can get access to that. So the $3 tier, the bookworm tier, allows you to submit prompts in the prompt suggestions channel when the time comes. And also vote in the secret supporter vote, which has indeed broken a tie at least once at this point. No, I think it did it twice, didn't it? Maybe not broken a tie, but it changed the vote a couple times. And then we have the cocooned tier, the $5 tier on both Twitch and Discord. That gives you access to the things I just mentioned, and then also you will be in the guaranteed submissions if you submit a story and are selected that week. And you also can submit 2 stories. They won't both be eligible, but you can submit 2 to have people read and enjoy. And then we have the transformed tier, which gets you all of those things. And then the first prompt that you submit will automatically get added to the final vote. And you can submit 7-word prompts instead of just 5-word prompts. And you can submit 3 stories. Once again, they won't all be eligible, but you can submit 3. So yeah, and you can also have a tag for your universe if you want it, but you have to tell me. So I think that is all the things. So I'll show you the list for today, but I do have some like announcement thingamabobs to do. So our list for today is for our guaranteed submissions: Arith Winterfell, Makokam, Lilladyeva, MasaCur, and Hellenic Taoist. And an ad break is about to start. Then for our encores, we have Reinkarnitor, Spectre, and Shinny. So there were only 8 stories eligible, and these were the 8. So there were not four generals to use as encores. So because supporters were what I have, you get 5 supporters today and 3 encores. I totally forgot about the universe tag. There. Is there another hype train? Oh, that's awesome. Oh yeah, at least once or twice it broke the tie, you mean? Oh yeah, it's in 8 seconds. Let me check and see if the other kitty wants in. Nope, I see no other kitty.
No other cat.
And then it told me the ad was about to start, but then it's not showing up on the thing. Are you guys getting an ad? The ads are being fickle today. Oh, okay. So you guys can't see the little things that say you've collected all the level 1 emotes, can you? I don't know, it looked like it changed color, but it says that's only visible to me. The countdown hit 0, so it should start soon. Yeah, exactly. Why is it not starting? I don't want to start on, like, important announcements when there's about to be an ad. There we go. First time someone cheers for an ad. Can you see the kitty?
Can you see the kitty?
Oh, meow. I don't know if you heard that. Meow. So cute.
You're so cute. Bella. Bella cat.
Aw, the meow meow, yes.
It is a Mau Mau. She's very cute. Very, very cute. Just a little fluffy pillow. Just a little fluffy pillow.
Okay, I believe we're back. Oh, is that Hellenic's tortie? Very cute. Hello, Norman. All right. So to give my announcement thingies. So there's actually something that I would like to start having you guys do. So in the old system, it was title, universe, your name. And in this system, it's title, universe, word count. And I was like, you don't need to include the name because like you're posting it, and so your name will be there. But I actually think I would like to start having you guys include your names, and this can be either just straight up your username, or it can be whatever name you want me to call you on the stream. But the reason I want to start including those is because I realized that when I go to search for someone's story, whether it be to like copy it, like it's like, oh, I messed up my copying system, and so I want to go search for this specific story, or just like, oh, this person said they wrote a prequel, I want to go find that for that prompt. I always go to type in the name, and it doesn't come up. Like when you're hitting a search in a forum, if the name is not part of the title, it will not search. And so I think that would make it so much easier to just find like people's stories if you include your usernames, because then like if you're like, oh, I really like this person's stories, I want to go back every week and find the stories they wrote, then you can do that quite easily when you have their username. If you don't, you either have to know the titles of the stories, or you have to like search through and find them. And so I think that'll just make it a lot easier. And you can let me know if there's like, if you see some issue with that, that I have not seen. But that is just why I would like to do that. Also, like, it allows me to, because like in the previous system, sometimes people would have names that they'd want me to use that weren't their usernames. And so now in this system, you could do that once again. If you're like, actually, I want you to use my real name, or actually, I want you to use a shortened form of my name on the stream, then you can do that and it'll be there. Thank you so much for the cheer, Norman. I really appreciate it. So yeah, make sense to people, and then you guys can help remind each other. Like, I know not everybody is here. I did change the submission rules. I could actually just quick show that to you. But so if you see somebody who didn't get the memo, you can be like, hey, make sure you add your username, or whatever name you want Kaylee to call you. And I won't disqualify people for this, at least not for a bit, because I know like this is a new rule that I'm adding that people might not be used to. So I don't think it's worth like disqualifying people over, at least not until it's become a regular thing that people are familiar with. But it is something I'd like you guys to do and to remind each other of. So yeah, there you go. It is added, and your username / the name you'd like to be called on stream. And so then I added it to the example stories. My name is quite long, and so this is maybe gonna bite me in the butt, because it's gonna make my titles very long, unless I just say anti-hero, which I might. But yeah, and like I said, you can do a shortened version if you'd like. Also, I didn't think about this, but that would help with this problem too, because sometimes I'm like looking for your guys' notes on the stream, and then I'm like, oh, I can't find you because it's like ... So this would fix that too. So yes. Makokam redeemed an on-screen celebration. What is that? And I see lots of celebrating turtles. Celebrating turtles. Oh, yeah, okay. I think I zoomed out too much. Oh, the kitty for you. That's what she said. Nice. Would not like it to take up half the screen. Stop. makes 3 chosen emote rain across the screen. Oh, I must have missed that. Sorry. No. Okay. All right. So there's that. And then the other thing to say is that I think most of you are aware, but I haven't said it on... Well, I did say it on the stream that this might happen. And now I'm saying it is happening. We're hosting a Halloween contest on A Moth in the Archive. I don't know if I should, like, read through the rules and stuff. Like, is that something you guys would like me to do? Or would you rather I, like, just pre-record a separate video about that so that I don't, take up too much time of the stream. If you have any quick questions about it, you can, like, quick ask them. But yeah, so we're hosting a Halloween contest, so if that is something you haven't heard about yet and or are interested in, then make sure you go to the general writing section. It will be a forum, and there's 2 posts. There's the word count post and the rules post. I wish you could pin multiple posts because I want to pin them both, but I can't. But yeah. Okay, Hellenic says a pre-recorded video would actually be kind of nice to come back and consult. Okay, that's good to know. Christian, could I use a heavily edited story I wrote for another Discord as one of my entries? So, I got your question and I forgot to answer because I got busy. This might be something I need to put more thought into, but I'll just say, like, what I'm generally thinking about, because on the one hand, like I say in the rules of the Halloween contest, if it's not specified, refer to the submission rules. And in the submission rules, it does say, or at least it should. It should have. Now I'm like, should I check? But it should say that you can't use stories that you've used in other places. Let me go find my exact wording for that. Yeah. Okay, here it is. Originality. Write something brand new. No resubmitting past entries or pieces written for other purposes or otherwise plagiarize content. You're welcome to share your rough drafts on the server and ask for feedback. This rule is to stop you from, say, winning a totally different contest and then submitting the same story you wrote prior here. So my first thought upon hearing that was, well, that would break that rule. But you did say that you would be, like, adding another 1,000 words, and that might change it so much that it is a different story and make it work. And so I'm torn between those things. And the third thing that I'm thinking about is, like, this contest, this prompt is very different from other prompts we have, like, for, the lamps are going out. You could have written a different story and be like, oh, hey, this happens to fit with this prompt, and then submit it. But with the Halloween contest, like, yes, you can totally ignore, like, the word bank and challenges if you want. It's not gonna get you very far in the contest, but, you could do that, but it's kind of not in the spirit of the contest to just be like, here's a story I wrote that's totally unrelated to Halloween and has none of the words. Here it is. It doesn't really feel like the point. So that's the other thing I'm thinking about. So I'm gonna have to think about that some more and maybe talk to the council to get back to you, because I'm really unsure if it's different enough. I'm unsure if that counts as, like, this is something you submitted for something else, or, hey, there's a new 1,000 words, so it's a different story, Oh, it does use a bunch of the words. Okay, the reason I brought it up is because it uses a bunch of the words. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll get back to you on that one. But anywho, I don't hear any other questions or notes on if I should say the rules, so I think I'll just move on to what we're here to do. Okay, come here. Alrighty. Turn off the comments. Okay, story time. Hello, Reinkarnitor. Okie dokie. And I realized I missed a lot of the, like, notes that people had, so I may have to keep checking for those. Though I think, I found the content warning. So the content warning is the only thing you had, Arith, right? Alright. A Wolf in Darkness by Arith Winterfell. Content warning. Mentions of people being eaten by a werewolf, familial death. I fled deeper into the woods, fleeing the blood on my own hands. I could remember my own voice had been a snarl. My hands a wolf's claws slashing down my own parents. The taste of their blood in my mouth as I feasted in wild rage. I fled as tears flowed, washing paths down my bloodstained face. Suddenly, in a darkened clearing, he stood there before me, and I froze. It was just an old man, dressed in the robes of a monk, but his countenance, his aura, I knew at once this was no mere mortal man. "Jerem, my child," he spoke softly to me. I stood there, half naked, covered in my family's blood. "How do you know me? Who are you?" I asked him in awe and in shame of my crimes before this holy man. "I'm merely a messenger, Jerem. I come bearing the Holy Father's mercy and love. You've been blessed by his spirit of the wolf, but your own resentment and anger turned its power against your family when you lost yourself to rage and transformed. Please," I sobbed, "how do I atone for these terrible sins? I'm ashamed of my crimes. How can I ever repent?" On my knees now, I beat my fists against my chest and bowed my head in shame. But the figure placed his hand upon my head tenderly. "Even as we speak, child, a darkness is coming to snuff out the light of mankind. One by one, evil would snuff out these lights. Even tonight, it would extinguish yours by having you wallow in your pain and guilt. Your strength is needed, even now. The choice is yours. Turn the blessings of the wolf to their rightful place as a servant of the Father of the water and the woods. Atone by giving your strength to men and women in need, or fall into darkness and see your own lantern extinguished." He fell silent. My choice was clear. Throw off those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I certainly did. It's kind of funny because this is, this definitely feels like something that Wolf would write. If I didn't know who the author was, I would have probably guessed that it was Wolfsbane. So it was kind of fun to see what is Arith's take on a werewolf, or one of many potential stories that Arith could write about a werewolf. Norman, I for one welcome our new canine overlords. Incredible. Alrighty. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. So, I have a question for you all. And it's kind of funny that I'm asking this again about one of Arith's stories. Did you take the monk's words, the non-mortal monk's words, as genuine, and he really means it? Or did you take them as, like, nope, like he's lying to you, or he's manipulating you, or something nefarious is going on under the surface, I don't trust him? And what made you lean one way or the other? Interesting. It was inspired by a song by Powerwolf called Blessed and Possessed. Gotcha. So a real quick technical thing. So I usually, remove these, but I decided to keep them this time just to give everybody a little PSA. So I know that, I don't remember why it's the case, but I know that this was like a writing rule in the past that you needed to have 2 spaces at the start of a new sentence. And so it's not a rule now, and so a lot of like new, younger writers will just not have that, but I know a lot of like older or more experienced writers will have that in there. So I don't think it's technically wrong, but the reason I'm calling it out is because it costs you characters. And doing that at the start of every new sentence could cost you a lot of characters. And occasionally, you run into the issue of, in this case, there are 3 here instead of 2. So if you are at a loss for characters and you're someone who is in this habit, that's definitely something to look out for to potentially give yourself some extra characters. Arith channeling Wolf and Marks this week. Where's the Marks in there? Oh, because of the song. Mark. I mean, does Marks write stories inspired by songs, or does he just use titles inspired by songs? Because those can be different things. But anywho, let's get into it. Okay. The ending is very Oh yeah, I guess another housekeeping thing before I actually go into the story. I did add this personally. I added it because I was like, okay, that's an intense content warning, but like, all right, I'm familiar that werewolves do this. It's kind of different, like, mentions of people being eaten by a werewolf is different from the main character ate their own parents. And so I was like, I don't feel like I was quite properly warned of the content with just this alone, and so I added this to warn a little more accurately of what could be upsetting about the story. But anyways, okay. Now we can talk about the story. So the beginning, very terrifying and gruesome, but very much grabbing, and does a good job of setting up what's happened, where are we going. I really like your description of fleeing the blood on my own hands. I just realized I should set a timer. I'm all over the place today. I like the idea of, excuse me, fleeing something inside you. If you couldn't tell from the fact that a lot of my stories are about internal conflict. But yeah, so I love that idea of, like, I'm trying to flee something that follows me wherever I go, which is really cool. I like the description of just, like, remembering the snarl, the claws, remembering that that's you, but it's, like, not you kind of thing. I think that's very cool. I also really like the description detail of the tears washing down his bloodstained face. Not something that's one of those things that could be removed if you needed the words, but I liked it because it really shows, okay, what does he look like right now? What's going on here? And just that image of, like, tears creating tracks in, like, blood is a very cool image. I think I'll come back to this one. There's a little, like, I don't know if grammatical is the right word, but technical. There's a bit of a technical critique that I have for this paragraph here, which is that suddenly, in a darkened clearing, he stood before me. And that could mean that he knows this he, or it could be like, oh, mysterious he. Either way, not an it. And so it's very odd to say, he stood there before me. It was just an old man, you know? So I think that saying, he stood there before me and I froze, he seemed like just an old man, you know, but I knew he was more. That kind of thing, I think would be good. He seemed just an old man, yeah, that kind of thing. Also a little, like, more nitpicky thing, I think saying, I knew at once this was no mere mortal, would flow a bit better, especially because you did say man up here. I'm really curious, how did you guys read that idea of this was no mere mortal man? Because I had a very interesting experience with this story when I read it to my dad, because I'm very much in the camp of, do not trust, do not pass go, get away from this man, he evil. And I'll get into that. But my dad read it as genuine. He read it as, like, no, like, he really means these things, he really wants to help. And I did that. This was an issue last time with the cybernetic unity that I was like, no, something wrong. Don't pass go. And then they actually were nice and good. And so that might be a situation that's going on here too as well. And that's part of why I'm so curious to hear what you guys thought. And I will go into why I had that impression. And this was one of the things. But I thought it was really interesting because when I saw like, oh, like, you know, he looked like an old man, but I knew he's not immortal. I very much went negative with that. I very much went, something's wrong with this man. This isn't good. You know, that, I don't think I read it directly as this is a demon. I didn't really know what he was, but I was like, he's not mortal. Something bad. You know, this is a bad creature. And maybe even using the word man in there kind of put a little indication in my head, maybe this isn't a man, too. Like, this isn't close to human, perhaps. But my dad read it as, this is an angel. As, like, this is an angel that just showed up. I think for me, if this was meant to be an angel, I need those, like, positive descriptions of the aura. I need it to be like, he had this brilliant aura, or holy aura, or it looked like there were the inklings of a halo over his head, or something like that. But just saying, like, he looked like a man. Something's wrong with his countenance. Something's off with his aura. He's not mortal. And then I'm like, creepy. Something's wrong. So, yeah, curious how you guys read that and why. And then I do like this image of, like, standing there covered in the family's blood, like, covered in your guilt. You cannot hide it or escape it. That kind of thing. Is that one? Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh yeah, I just explained it here as, like, it feels like he might have some nefarious purpose that he's masking as religion. It feels very culty to me. It feels like he's in this very vulnerable place. Like, this right here just shows, like, he's not thinking clearly. He's just like, oh my gosh, what did I just do? I feel horrible. I need help. And so it feels like in that state, he would accept help from anybody. He would believe anybody. And that's very much the kind of state that someone's in when, like, a cult would prey upon them. And so that's kind of the impression that I get, that it's like, like, I don't know about mercy and love here. I think that might be a guise for your nefarious purposes. I think that, I think I'll come back to these two. A little more, like, technical thing here too as well. How do I atone for these terrible sins? I'm ashamed of my crimes. How do I ever repent? I'm ashamed of my crimes reads a little odd. A, because that seems quite clearly shown throughout the story, and B, because it doesn't really feel like something you'd say out loud. Like, you might say it in kind of a, like, more confessional state of, like, you know, are you ashamed, Jerem? I am ashamed. I am ashamed of my crimes. But as is, it's like, please help, I want to atone. How could I ever repent? That feels more natural than, how do I atone? I'm ashamed of my crimes. How can I repent? You know, it's kind of hard to describe as I'm trying to, but there's an oddness there. I like this image too. I think this story does a really good job balancing dialogue, action, emotion, because, like, the beginning has a lot to do with both action and emotion, and then we see, like, here he is, description, setting, and then we have the dialogue, and we get some emotion mixed in with that dialogue. So yeah, I think it does a really great job of balancing those things. And, like, this image is very small but very striking, you know. And this one is too. I also do like the speech that he gives, and it's one of those things where it's like, I like his speech whether it's genuine or not. but I like it a lot more if it actually is genuine. I like it a lot more if he really means it and it's not just a facade, a lie. But I do really like this idea of like, you know, hey, there's darkness coming and you can be a light or you can be a darkness. And it's kind of cool because it goes along with the idea of, instead of it being darkness is like a villain out to get you, darkness is the absence of the light. And darkness is you're not being a light, so you're part of the darkness. I think that's really interesting. I think it's very well written and done, well done. And then I do think it's really interesting, the idea of your light can be extinguished by wallowing in your guilt. Because regardless of this man's meaning, I do think that can be true in our real lives. That, like, I think I've mentioned this on streams before, but, like, probably just one of my favorite lines, just in general, is from the second Night at the Museum movie, where, they're moving, you know, they're leaving the museum. Ugh, I don't know why my nose itches. They're leaving the museum, and, you know, I think Teddy's the one who's like, you know, we should walk these halls again. We can't spend our last night squandering in self-pity. And then Octavius turns to Jeb. Is that his name? Is it Jeb? Jebediah. He's like, you know, want to go for a walk? And then Jeb's like, I'm just gonna squander in self-pity. I just love the honesty of that, because that is how it feels sometimes. It's like, you want to, like, get up and walk and do something? Nah, just gonna squander away my night in self-pity. And so, but this kind of feels like sort of touching on that idea of, like, you can do something productive, you know, with your sadness, or you can try to find hope and goodness out of this bad situation, or you can just sit in self-pity and either not create light or make things actively worse. And I think that's a cool and really interesting idea, which also goes along with the other emotional idea in the story, which I will talk about. And then I do think I like the drama of, like, this is your choice to make. And again, regardless of what he means, that is true, that we may not all have a blessing/curse of being a werewolf, but we do all have a choice, you know, of, are we going to be a light to people? Are we going to try to use what we have at our hands to help ourselves and help others? Or are we going to use it to either create more darkness or just not put light into the world? And are you going to use, are you going to use your gifts or not? And I think that is cool. I'm also curious if you guys feel like when you got to this line, were you like, yes, the choice is clear? Or were you like, no, it's not? Or were you like, get away from this man, the choice is clear, but I don't think it's the choice you're making? So going towards that, so I realized through, like, practicing the story and thinking more and more about it, I think the main reason why it read as negative to me, or it read as, like, this is nefarious, is because we have only seen the wolf's powers being used for something evil. And not just something evil, something really, really evil. And again, we'll get more into that. But, like, this is really bad. And, well, yeah, this is really bad. And our monk dude doesn't say, hey, I'm gonna be using your power. Like, he doesn't say, I'll teach you how to control it. Or, like, I'll teach you how to not kill. Or I'll teach you how to use your powers to protect instead of kill. He doesn't say anything about using his powers for other things than murder. And so it makes me think, he's gonna use the powers for murder. That he's just saying that this is a gift, and he's saying that this is a great thing, but really, the powers are what we've seen. They are evil powers that are used to do evil things, and that's exactly why he wants them. And there's another aspect of this, which is that we don't know how much control he has. Because there's kind of like 3 options here. Option 1 is, this is more of like a traditional werewolf curse, and the werewolf is a different person from him. And so he is not the werewolf. The werewolf is this beast of wild rage and hunger. And that could be a situation of either, like, why does he remember these things? Well, it could be that he is watching from inside the wolf, but he can't control himself. So he does remember it, but he's not in control. Or it could be he gets, like, flashes, that he doesn't really remember it, but, like, he's getting flashes of memory enough to get what happened. The other option is he is in complete control, and he chose to do this. Either way, not so good. And I'm going to talk about the resentment thing in a second, but if he can't control it, again, Monkman does not say that he is going to teach him to control it. And so that ends up leading me to the conclusion of he doesn't want him to control it. He wants him to go out and murder more people. The next option is he is in control. He actively chose to not just murder his family, but feast on their corpses. And that means he's evil himself, and that means he's gonna fit right in with an evil organization, which means that this guy is probably evil and indeed wants him for the evil that he is. And that is one of the things as well, is that, okay, like, I remember my voice had been a snarl, I remember my claws slashing them down, I remember the taste of blood on my mouth, all that works. Feasted in wild rage, that's way worse in my mind. And, like, it's possible that you did just mean it in, like, a normal werewolf. It's like, yeah, werewolf, gonna eat people, gonna feast on people. But especially because it's unclear how much control he has, it's like, okay, like, there's a difference between I feel rage and I killed people. Like, I felt rage, I got this transformation, I was really confused, I was, like, full of power and violence, and I killed them, and then I was horrified, and I stopped. That's very different from, like, okay, I was in control, I felt this rage, I transformed, and I was, like, full of violence, yeah, and then I feasted on their corpses. You know? That's a different thing. And so, there's a question there as well, that it's like, okay, if he was just a normal werewolf that doesn't have control over himself, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But but Monkman doesn't say he's gonna make him control it. Or he does control it, and he did choose that, and he's evil himself. The other thing is, related to this, that, what Monkman says is that it was your own anger and resentment that turned its power against your family. This is a really interesting line to me, like one of the most interesting lines in the piece to me. And there's multiple things that I want to say about it. And so, once again, there's multiple options, for what's going on. Because one option is the parents were abusive. Like, the parents were actually genuinely horrible people. And their son being given this power just allowed him to enact his revenge for all their terrible things that they did to him. And this is actually freedom. That actually wasn't necessarily a horrible thing, that he killed them. And makes a little more sense as to why he would revel in their death and maybe feast upon them if, like, they were horrible people. So that's one option. Another option is that it's just like normal. It's just like normal rage and anger, like teen angst kind of thing. In which case, like, it kind of makes me have more questions about, okay, what are the parameters of that? Is it just like, okay, like you were in a fight with your parents, you were in an argument, and that triggered your transformation, and then the argument propelled you to end up killing them? Or was it like, yeah, you just had some general rage, and, like, general rage. And when you transformed, that general rage, not necessarily founded, just like normal rage, caused you to, like, kill them and eat your parents. In which case, like, can that be controlled? Because I think this really is the crucial thing. Like, in addition to, okay, what's the baseline of control? What's the baseline of, is the wolf a different character? Is he in complete control? Is it something in the middle? And if this is telling us, oh, it's in the middle, that sounds like to do good with your werewolf transformation, it really depends on your emotions. And the question is, depending on your emotions, does that mean your emotions immediately before the transformation? Or does it mean general vibes this week? General vibes this month? You know, what's your general feeling? Or is it deeper? Is it like, this is abuse that I've suffered my entire life that I'm getting revenge for? Because those are three different things. And some would be much more difficult to control than others. Granted, they all would be hard to control. But that's another thing that makes me go, I don't know that this is a good thing. I don't know that this can be used for good. Because, like, being able to be like, okay, no, don't get mad at your friend. If you get mad at your friend, you're gonna start killing people, you know? Feels really, really difficult to do. And if it's more of that deep-seated stuff, like if you are a deep-seatedly, like, healthy and happy person, then you're a deep-seatedly healthy and happy werewolf, then that could be much easier to, easier in, like, the day-to-day transformation, harder in the grand scheme of things to become a healthy person. But it would mean, like, that all your transformations are fine because it's about your general, like, what are your general vibes? Are your vibes rage? Are your vibes healthy? You know, but anyways, so I'm going really deep into this and, like, maybe deeper than, like, you intended or wanted. But I'm just, I guess, I feel like it's like helpful and important, I hope, to explain, okay, like, here's the vibe I got from the story, here's what I thought, and here's why I was led to that conclusion, kind of thing. Like, because I think it's really interesting to see how, like, small things about a story can really add up to create a full picture, you know? Because at the end of the day, like, this is kind of a small part of the story, but because it's so open-ended as to what, like, how it affects things, and because, like, this other thing back here is also open-ended, then they compound together to make things very open-ended, which may have been exactly your intention. But if it wasn't, then that could be an issue. Let's see, I think that's a lot of the stuff I wanted to talk about with, like, those overall, vibes. Oh, no, I did talk about that. Okay. Oh, yeah, like, where did it come from? And why did this happen? And why did it only trigger at this point in his life? And it's like, okay, you were blessed by a spirit of the wolf. Is this something I had since I was born? It only triggered now? Is this a blessing I just got? Is this a blessing I got because I was full of rage today? You know... Oh yeah, and another thing that made it spooky is because he doesn't know this dude, but the dude knows him. And so that definitely adds some creep factor. But I will say about, like, the resentment and anger thing, like, no matter which version it is, whether it's, like, momentary emotions, weekly emotions, or overall vibes, either way, like, if this is meant to be, like, genuine and good and stuff like that, that's still a really interesting idea, and perhaps an even more interesting idea, because if this isn't genuine, it just means that this is kind of a lie, that either it's kind of a lie, or it is true, but it's so hard to do any good with that, you know, it'll always be triggered that way, kind of thing. But if it is, like, meant to be genuine, that's a really interesting struggle that... you know, your own feelings, whether that be today, this week, or overall life, control whether you do good with this transformation or you do evil is really interesting, and I do really like that. Yeah, and then, like, I think I asked you guys, but didn't say my opinion, that when I got to the end, I definitely was like, it is, because I'm sitting here thinking, like, like, things seem like they ain't as they seem, and so I'm like, I think I'm gonna, like, need a couple, like, give me 24 hours to get back to you, kind of thing. I feel like it could work if you did, and not to say that this, like, doesn't work. I think it does work, especially if your intention was to be more ambiguous, or to give us the impression of, like, he's so, like, gullible and vulnerable right now that he'll believe anything, and he's like, yes, I want to do good, and you're telling me I can do good, so here we go. Or the other one I said, which is that he actually is evil himself, and ultimately, there was like a little red light here. there it goes again. Oh, that's kind of creepy. I'm pretty sure it's from one of the trophies over there. That's wild. But or it could be the other one where he's like knows that this guy is evil and he's into it. You know, it doesn't seem like that's the intention. So especially because he's like horrified and ashamed and stuff like that, and so it makes me think that it's more of the former of, like, you know, that I end up reading this guy as evil, but because he's so, like, he just so badly wants to atone for what he did, he's so ashamed that he's like, you tell me I can do good, I'm going with you, you know, kind of thing. But definitely me as the reader, I'm like, I don't think the choice is clear, my man. I do think if you, again, like, we're wanting it to be more genuine, we're wanting it to be like, no, it should be clear to you as the reader as well. I think you could have him say, and yes, it would cost words, but you could have him say something like, you know, we hear all this, and then he's like, I don't want to kill again. Or he's like, so you're saying that I won't ever kill again if I go with you? And then he's like, you know, correct. Or he's like, well, I was going to say, or he's like, you'll only kill the bad guys. But that also would make me go, who are the bad guys to you? But yeah, if he's like, I don't want to kill again, it's like, no, you won't have to. Or, you know, I'll teach you a better way or something like that. Or I'll teach you to, I don't know, control your emotions or control your rage or whatever. I think that could help it seem a little more genuine. But anyways, let me see what folks have been saying about this one. What? Oh, that's funny. Interesting. Okay. Ghoulish says, the messed up thing is, in my setting, werewolves that eat human flesh as the souls of those humans attached to their soul. These human souls are unable to pass on until the werewolf dies, so they will endeavor to drive the werewolf insane. You're kind of like American Werewolf in London. That's fascinating. That is a great and terrifying concept. Okay, so Magistrate Ireland took it as genuine. Mark also took it as genuine. I think I saw somebody else. Yeah, Ghoulish read it as genuine too. Okay, tell me more. Tell me why you all read it as genuine. Because, like, I hope I explained pretty well why I did not read it as genuine. So I want to hear why you guys read it differently. Magistrate Ironlong. I can be a trusting, naive person, though. Okay, Era says, I actually did intend it as an angel, but angels can be scary too. Remember, fear not, is the first thing angels are portrayed as saying. Well, that's a different thing, because, like, are you kind of going with some angels have fangs idea of, like, it's okay, it's an angel, but, like, in your universe, angels aren't necessarily good? Or are you going for, like, it is an angel? It's just like, yeah, angels can be freaky when they show up, but they're good, and this is good, you know? Mary says, I'm trusting, which makes me untrusting. Well, and yet I trust this bro, and I don't know why. Maybe because he gives him a choice. I don't know, like, I'm trying to figure out, other than what I've already said, like, I guess it's more in what he's not saying to me. That it's like, yeah, he's saying all this stuff, and what he's saying sounds pretty good, but he's not saying, like I said, I'll teach you to control it, or you won't have to kill again, or, you know, or anything like that. And I guess, like, there's maybe an element of, like, he's like, hey, I want to atone, I'm ashamed, I want to repent. And then he's like, I'm gonna put you to work. He's not saying, like, oh, I know, honey. Like, it's okay. Like, it was terrible, but we're gonna do better now. It's just like, yeah, actually, I kind of like that you did that. It's kind of a good thing. But, you know, like, come with me. I'll put you to work. You know, like, I'll have you do stuff. But he doesn't say, like, either way of, like, you know, oh, you shouldn't be ashamed. This was a good thing. Or, like, you should be ashamed. Like, that was terrible. But, gonna find you a better path. Doesn't say either way. And so it makes me go, there's a potential that he doesn't think that this is actually shameful. Arith says, I think I missed something, Arith said. Oh, yeah, okay, so, like Arith said, I did intend it to be an angel. And then Arith says, yet interpreting it as potentially negative is really interesting, too. It makes me wonder about my options in creating this setting. Interesting. The speech at the end was intended as genuine, though. Gotcha. Very, very pretty Reinkarnitor. Hellenic says, I sort of feel like people don't describe their own crimes as crimes. People usually say, I've killed someone, not I murdered someone. And in general, people speak vaguely about deeds they're ashamed of. Just sticking to phrases like what I've done so that they don't have to name their sins. Yeah, that's a really great point. I do think, how do I atone for these terrible sins? I'm so ashamed of what I've done. I do think that might have been better. I don't know if the I'm ashamed would have still sounded awkward, but that does sound a little more natural to me. Exactly, Mako. Will you join me? I'm gonna need you to elaborate a little bit more. Exactly, yeah, kind of like I was saying, that he's not saying, I won't use you to kill, or you will never do what you did again. He's just saying, yeah, come, we'll use your powers for good, totally. And all we've seen is them being terrible things, you know? Marks, well, I guess it depends. If it responded with her resentment, oh, you thought it was a her, right? I've been saying he, but it doesn't say either way. Sorry about that. I should have been saying they. If it responded with her resentment at her family with murder, how does it respond to more positive emotions? Right, that's kind of what, I don't know if that comment was made before our conversation, but yeah, that's the question is, what do you mean by positive emotions, and how easy is it to have positive emotions at the right place at the right time? And there's a darkness coming. It's me. I'm the darkness. That's great. You should find a way to make that a prompt. Era says, I think it was kind of meant as a wild rage, manifested as now I eat, due to being in a werewolf state. But yeah, these are interesting questions. Tell me more about that. Like, because that, I mean, I'm sorry if I'm beating a dead horse. Like, I'm actually very interested and very much enjoying this. I hope that's clear. But, like, if werewolf's programming goes, okay, now I eat. You know, if that's a very common thread of, okay, werewolf time. What emotion is my master feeling? Okay, master feels rage. Okay, eat. You know, that feels like too strong of a pathway to break. That feels like, next time, you gonna eat some more people? It feels kind of hard to not eat people, you know? Yeah, I like that. I like that, Mako. Darkness is coming. It's me. I think the emotional state that triggered the transformation that drives the werewolf state. Also, a big part of this was partly just wanting to explore what if werewolves were a gift rather than automatically evil, but digging deeper is really useful to me. Thank you for that. I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, that, so it is the more difficult one, at least in my opinion. Controlling your emotions in a moment, especially if your emotions can make you transform, like, any day you have an argument with your buddy and you don't mean any harm, it's just an argument, you could go werewolf and kill him. And so it feels like there's so much more potential to go down that evil road, and it would be so hard to be able to control it for good, because usually, especially because if the emotions control the transformation, I do kind of love the idea of someone getting so excited that they turn into a werewolf that it's like, yay, we're going to the fair today! Werewolf. That's really cute. But I feel like usually it's more like negative emotions, like rage, anger, sadness, disappointment, all of those things that are those big explosions of emotion that would be more likely to trigger a transformation. And so, like, I am genuinely curious, like, what were your intentions, like, with that? Like, were you thinking, like, no, like, actually, in my opinion, I think that the positive emotions are more likely to explode or more likely to lead to transformation. Because, like, in my opinion, you can't stop yourself from getting into arguments with people. You can't stop yourself from feeling anger or sadness or disappointment. And so if you transform every time you have a strong emotion, probably a lot of them are gonna go bad. Probably a lot of them are gonna start eating people, especially if it's if it's werewolf time. Emotion, werewolf time. What emotion is it? It is rage. Eat. I want to make the werewolf chart now. Like, all right, feeling an emotion, turn into werewolf. What emotion is it? And then you have the options. Then it's like different werewolf paths for every option. Arith says, it was a blessing he just received, but his anger was not abuse driven, but driven by anger over pressure from his family to take over the noble line and be a proper nobleman rather than off elsewhere. So all that's really interesting. That's especially interesting knowing that that like his family wanted him to be noble and like he fell into the depths of being a beast, like what could potentially be considered the least noble he could be. So that's really interesting. Now thinking of a werewolf being all car ride and transforming. Are you talking about the meme of like the car veering? What are you talking about? Arith, I'm really enjoying the ambivalence my audience has developed over the monk figure, even though I didn't intend it in the first place. Ambivalence means kind of like indifference, right? That's interesting. Mark says, that tends to happen in such short fiction because readers have to fill in the gaps, which can end in very interesting takes. Yes, very, very true. Exactly. And that is part of it, too. I see Norman says, getting real Palpatine vibes from this guy. A little bit, yeah. I also could very much be influenced from, I recently started watching Danny Mata, and I'm going through his reactions to Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and I just started, so we just got, like, the Lior arc with the priest and stuff, and so, like, that's an evil priest, and so I'm kind of thinking of him like that guy. That absolutely could have affected me, which is really interesting how, like, the other things that you watched today or you watched recently can affect it, because that actually happened to my dad too, that he watched something about like free will and stuff like that in a more positive light, and so he was like, oh, like this story talks about the things from the video I just watched. So that's not something we talk about a lot, but is really interesting. But anyways, so yeah, what I was gonna say is like, part of it is, like, there's a difference between, like, guy who just turned into a werewolf, running through the woods, covered in blood, and then there's, like, a guy, like, camping out, and he's like, whoa, hey, dude, who are you? What's going on? You know, I can trust, hey, where are you, dude? But dude standing there menacingly who knows my name, that's already wrong vibes, you know? Especially because we don't have, like, a brilliance or a goodness to the aura. We just know it's an aura, and it ain't mortal. It's like, he's just standing there menacingly, you know? So I do think that, like Mark said, that's one of the interesting things about only having 350 words, that if you had more words, you could describe, and granted, if you wanted me to try to, like, and I'd probably have to do this, like, another day, but if you wanted me to, like, try to be like, how would Kaylee do this in 350 words, and try to make Monkman seem more good, you know, seem more genuine, I could totally try and see if I could do it. But what I was gonna say is that in so little words, like, you had the words to say that his countenance is off, but you didn't have the words to say he has, like, a brilliant or beautiful countenance. And so, like, and you didn't have the words to say maybe, like, he comes down from heaven, or, you know, comes down in a moonbeam, or something like that. He's just there, and he has some vibes. I feel like that could be said about a lot of characters. He's just there, and he has some vibes. But, like, yeah, like Mark said, like, you can fill in the gaps, and you can fill in those gaps with, oh, he's an angel, the aura is good, or, the vibes are wrong. Oh, let's see, Wolf says here, let's see, the most recognized emotions are happy, sad, anger, fear, disgust, surprise. Yeah, so happy and surprise are the more, like, surprise could be good or bad, but happy is good, and then the other ones are more, like, negative, and then surprise could go either way. So yeah, that seems to corroborate what I was saying. Yes, it's me. I am in the darkness. It's me. Yes. Rage eating. Hello, darkness, my new friend. I like that. That's a good prompt, too. Very happy tail waggy werewolf, yes. Darkness Inc. could be a fun prompt, too, yes. Just domesticating werewolves and them ending up as werepugs and werepomeranians. What would the humans look like? Sad wolf. Sad werewolf is just mopey doggo hours. I'm just imagining that it's like, okay, feeling a strong emotion, werewolf time, and then it's just like, you just see a wolf that's like hanging its head in sadness, and it's like, is he gonna do anything? Is he gonna eat anybody or protect anybody? Nah, he's just gonna sit there sad. Mark says, transforming and lashing out is a point that Twilight makes with their vampires, but then they ignore it after that and expect their reader to forget it. That does unfortunately happen, like, more often in fiction than should, when something's established and then gets completely ignored. Afraid werewolf would be the most funny. So that's, like, just the werewolf, like, cowering. I mean, I guess it's kind of the thing about fear, right? Because it's like, what's the list? Like, fight, flight, freeze, or, like, there's one for, like, you know, oh, you just comply with what the other person is saying. There's another, like, F word for that. Fawn, I think, might be it. Like, fight, flight, freeze, fawn. There might be another one. But anyway, so, like, yeah, I think it depends on, like, which reaction you have is what kind of afraid werewolf you are. Like, are you huddling under the table because of the fireworks? Are you fighting, lashing back? Are you being like, okay, whatever you say, you know? That would be really interesting to explore, for sure. Werewolf Projection Hollow. Yeah, it was fun. Arith says, tries to picture a grossed out werewolf transformation. Ooh, what's that, brother? What's that? Brother, ooh! Oh my goodness, I love the idea of a werewolf like that. Oh no, there's an... Ghoulish. Ghoulish. I am the werewolf hiding under the table. I hate fireworks. Oh no. I'll show you the kitty. Does that mean we've been going for an hour? I think the ads usually happen on the hour. But man, if it hasn't been fun. Oh, but yeah, like, I guess I'll just keep talking about it even in the ad, but I just love the idea of, like, a wolf, because I don't think disgust, I mean, I guess disgust is something animals feel, like, I don't know if you guys know the look that cats sometimes get when they smell something gross, like, you'll see it in, like, shorts and TikToks of, like, I'll try and make the face when I come back on camera, but they make a face. And so it'd be funny to just have a wolf that's like, constantly in that state of mind. Okay, back. Alright. But yeah, like, cats have like a that kind of a look when they smell something bad. So I'm just imagining, like, a human, like, goes by like some really gross trash, and then they're just like, ew, and then they turn into a werewolf, and they're like, oh, I was so grossed out, I turned into a werewolf. Yes, Hellenic, that's the look right there. For sure. It has been an hour. Okay. I really should move on, but I hope you guys have enjoyed the conversation as much as I have, and I'm even more curious to, I already would have been curious to see where this goes, but now that I know that, like, it was actually intended to be genuine, but now you're like, I can explore other avenues, and now that we've discussed, like, that the emotional transformations could be more hilarious than I realized. They could be more hilarious than horrifying. I now want to see that. I want to see the werewolf transforming for, like, a whole host of different amazing, hilarious reasons. The excited werewolf, the fearful werewolf, the disgusted werewolf. I love it. But I hope this has been helpful, Arith. I hope you've enjoyed the conversation. But it's time to move on to Makokam's story. Finish It. Chronicles of the Dragon, The League, by Makokam. The dragon's fire struck Sol's telekinetic shield and redirected it into the sky. The torrential flames continued in an arc past him, engulfing miles of the city. Sol flew across the destruction, reaching out telepathically for survivors. The pain and fear was almost too much to bear. His powers smothered flames as he went, removing rubble from the injured and sending their location to the nearest heroes and soldiers. He couldn't do much more, as every second spent helping one person was a second another spent buried or burning. So many lives had been lost in a short time. So many heroes dead, valiantly striving to save as many as they could and to stop this monster. Even Ultima, their greatest hope for the future, had fallen early in the fight. She had been careless and not watched out for the massive beast's tail. He'd seen her crash through a building like a meteor before he lost track of her. He hadn't been able to reach her mind, and he prayed she was only unconscious. Aha! Finitus, faster than lightning, struck the dragon with a blow that shook the city, sending the monster to the ground and launching a thick cloud of dirt and dust across the city. Sol coughed, then pushed the dust away. He reached out to Finitus's mind. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. The beast is down, and..." The words turned into shock, pain, and then nothing, as black scales swam through the cloud before everything lit up in the light of its horrible flames. "Finitus?" he said, almost to himself, knowing there would be no response. The dragon's eclipsing wings unfurled to their fullest, blowing dust and debris away like a hurricane. Ultima, the strongest for the future, was down. Finitus, the strongest known to history, was most likely dead. That left him as the strongest on the field of battle against this demon, this disaster incarnate. From its gaping mouth, fire threatened to erupt, and Sol's crushing power gripped its neck and lifted it from the ground. It was a duty he would not fail. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Appreciate it. I'm glad to hear that it was helpful, Arith. All righty, Roo. Mako, if you have any questions for the group, don't hesitate to ask them. So this was another one that I will preface by saying I did help Mako with it, so I may have a different perspective than others. I did get my dad's help with it, and so I will be saying some of the things he brought up too. But so definitely be sure to say like whatever you have to say, praise or critique wise. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlum. Alrighty, room. I guess I'll just start with a critique because one of my biggest critiques was at the beginning of the story. So this line here is the dragon fire struck Soul's telekinetic shield and directed it into the sky. I get the image of like, here we are, we're fighting on the ground, we've got Soul, we've got the dragon. Soul creates big shield, the fire hits the shield and goes up, that it like hits it, goes into the sky, and then it like arcs back down. And then it's like, okay, it hit the shield, it bounced, and back to the city. But I learned from Mako that was not actually the intention. That Soul is... Oh, and the other thing that is more important about that is that it gave the impression of like, okay, here we are, attack, defend, we're in the midst of the fight. And then the next line is that he's flying across the city. And so it kind of reads like, we're here in the action in the middle of the fight, and then all of a sudden we're on more of a reconnaissance mission, flying over the city. And so it seems like inconsistent with what's going on and what the tone should be. Thank you for the cheer, Norman. And so it was a little odd, and I did ask Mako about it, and he said that actually the intention was that the fire is like this. It's like a hose or a fan, and then the shield gets part of it as it goes across, but not all of it. So the rest of it continues in an arc past him. Not like I was thinking, arc after hitting the shield. So I'm curious if any of you guys had that issue or not, what your thoughts were there. But I did feel like the line or something like it was necessary to introduce that he has telekinetic powers, which we will come back to. I think that you could put it here between these paragraphs, and that would work quite well. That it would just be like Soul flew across the city's destruction, reaching out telepathically for survivors. The pain and fear was almost too much to bear. His powers smothered flames as he went, removing rubble from the injured and sending their location to the nearest heroes and soldiers. He couldn't do much more, as every second spent helping one person was a second another spent buried or burning. The dragon's fire struck Soul's telekinetic shield and redirected it into the sky. The torrential flames continued in an arc past him, engulfing miles of the city. So many lives had been lost in a short time, so many heroes dead, valiantly striving to save as many as they could and to stop this monster. I still, myself, would have still gotten the image of, like, you know, here's the shield and bounce. But I think that would have done a better job of showing, like, okay, he's flying around, our tone is reconnaissance, and he just, like, puts up a shield on part of it, kind of thing. But I do really like the very somber, intense vibes going forward. I really like this line of the pain and fear is almost too much to bear. That, yeah, like when you have a telepath who is reaching out with his mind to others, and they're in this horrible tragedy, that's going to take perhaps an even greater toll on you in your mind than the physical toll towards the people who are fighting, aside from the people who die. It does take a greater toll on them. But, you know, having to bear all of that, it would be so crazy and intense. And granted, like, in a longer version, of course, I'd want to hear more about the horror of it. But I think, like, especially in this short of a scene, just having that line on its own, like, it's almost too much to bear. And having that in there is super effective and powerful. I like showing what he's doing and how it kind of seems like he feels like he's not doing enough. And then I really, like, this is such a raw and powerful line. This line really got me. Especially, like, I really like the repetition of the B-U-R sound. It didn't, I think I did it this time. It was something that made me trip on it, or maybe it was this part, a few times, but, in practice, but I do really like that, that image that it's like, and once again, it really conveys the horror of it really well in such a short amount of words that it's like, he's trying to help people, and you could just say, like, yes, Soul tried to help as many people as he could, but he couldn't do a lot, and you could leave it there. And, like, that would get the job done, but it wouldn't really get the emotional impact of what's going on here. But adding this line of, like, if he spends another second, like, not just a minute, a second, helping this person, that's another second that somebody else is buried under rubble or burning within it, and another second that, you know, we might lose another person. That either that's another second another person spends in pain, or that's another second that somebody has to lose, which might end their life. And so I think that's very, very powerful. And then, granted, this story was kind of my suggestion. I think I actually said it out loud at the end of the last stream. But yeah, like, I really... I like this idea of heroes being the lights that are going out. I think that's very powerful, especially because you can use the image of the lamps going out as just normal human beings, but having it be, these are heroes, these are the beacons of hope of our society, these are the people who are supposed to save us, and they're going out. I think that's very powerful. But I'm very curious about what you guys in the chat think regarding that. Did you feel like the prompt came through strongly for you? Did you feel like you really got the gravity of, like, oh my goodness, like, heroes are dying, so many heroes are dying in this? Or did you feel like you needed more? And I'll also ask you a question, because I was super curious about that myself. Do you think if Mako had just included a list of names of people who are dead, like, this person's dead, this person's dead, this person's dead, do you think that would have added or detracted? Do you think that would have felt like, instead of so many heroes dead, we get to hear their names, and it's like, oh, we feel the overwhelming impact of, that's a lot of names, that's a lot of people dead? Or do you feel like it just would have bogged down the story where it's like, I don't know these people, I don't know these people who died, just say heroes, you know? So this was another thing that I didn't get, so I don't think I clarified that. I'm saying that because that was something Mako was, considering, that he mentioned. So another thing that, only came up when I chatted with him about it is that I very much read their greatest hope, especially, when compounded with the strongest for the future. I was kind of getting the impression of, like, Ultima's the strongest hero right now, or she is, like, the second strongest hero right now. I didn't realize that meant she's not necessarily the strongest right now, but she has the greatest potential. And so it's like, she's the hope for the future. She's not necessarily the best or the strongest right now, but she's, like, Rookie of the Year. She's the one where it's like, we expect great things out of her. I really like that, and I think that helps with something I'm about to say in the next part. But I do feel like, for me at least, that wasn't quite clear, and so I'm really curious for you guys in the chat. Did you also think, like me, that this meant she's, like, the strongest, or were you like, no, I totally got that she's the hope for the future, not the strongest right now? I'm trying to think, it's kind of hard to figure out how you could describe that. You could do something to kind of qualify it and go, you know, even Ultima, the youngest, but the greatest hope for the future, I think would clarify, okay, so maybe not the strongest right now, but for the future. Something like, still green, but full of potential. Something like that. I don't know if you could say something about, like, even Ultima, mentored by the strongest hero, was the greatest hope for the future. I don't know if that would have helped. And so if you guys have ideas for that, feel free to say them. But nonetheless, even though I didn't really quite understand what the idea was, I do really like that, especially with regards to this prompt, that hope, I like using hope as the light. And so having it be not just that heroes are going out and these beacons of help and salvation in society are going out, it's also like the people who are supposed to carry the future, the people who are supposed to, show that our future was bright, not just our present, they're also going out. They're the first to go out, in the list. I think that, whoa, I just totally lost my train of thought. I don't know what I was saying. The greatest hope would have worked better. Even Ultima, the greatest hope for the future. I don't know, like, maybe that would have helped, but I still probably would have gotten the image of, like, she's the strongest from that, personally. So I'm also curious, how does that line of she'd been careless and not watched out for the massive beast's tail, how did that line work for you guys? Because that's definitely something that threw me when I read it, that it feels like it does help that we know, like, she's actually, like, the rookie of the year, not the strongest right now. So it could make sense that she could make a pretty big mistake because she's just not watching out for something. But considering she's, like, a super good, powerful hero, feels like she shouldn't miss the tail. It feels like that's something she should be able to fly around, kind of thing. And, like, I'm kind of torn on it because I can get the idea that it's like, okay, like, she's fighting this part. She's fighting dragon head, dragon body. And she's not watching this part over here, the tail, But I don't know. So I'm curious what you guys think of that. I do really like, I really like Sol's telepathy just throughout the story, and the fact that, like, he can reach out to the civilians, he can reach out to Ultima, to Finitus, and, like, I think that adds to that mixing of hope and despair throughout the story, that he can, because if you see it happen, you can be like, she's fine, she's okay, but if it's like, I saw it happen, I reached out to her, when people are unconscious, I can't read their minds, when people are dead, I can't read their minds. I'm gonna say it's the former. I'm gonna hope that it's the former. So that I just really like that mechanic. And I know Sol is not the main character, but I feel like he could make for a really interesting, like, main character, or, like, for a side story, a side book about him, because, like, seeing how he fights and how he's always able to reach out into people's minds, I think, is a really cool mechanic in a fight. I do really like this image of, like, the big, super powerful hero zooming in and smacking it to the ground in a bunch of dust. I think that's really cool. I like that a lot. I do feel like, weirdly, even though it's just a little interjection, I do feel like that aha kind of bites you a little bit for a couple of reasons. And I think that it seems kind of too hopeful in a way and there's a couple of aspects to that. Because if he is just joining the fight right now, that could work, that could make sense, especially because it kind of reads that way. It reads as like, okay, like, Sol's looking around, trying to help, Ultima's down, like, okay, oh, finally, Finitus is here, kind of reads like if he was there before, he might have been mentioned. And then, so maybe he doesn't have a proper read on the situation and he just got here and is like, I will save the day. But if he has been here the whole time, then it doesn't really make sense to me that he sees all the carnage, all the pain, the horror, and he's like, yes, I am the greatest hero, I will get up and get the dragon. You know, it feels more like just saying, okay, finish this, faster than lightning, goes through. I think that would give more of the impression of like, he's been here, he sees an opening, oh, he goes for it, you know, kind of thing. So, I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts on that, if you think I'm being too nitpicky there. This one just says double dust push. Why do I feel like that could be a prompt? Double dust push. Be a terrible prompt. But so this is one of my dad's thoughts that, you know, it says, so sending the monster to the ground and launching a thick cloud of dirt and dust across the city. Sol coughed and pushed the dust away. Kind of seems like it's referring to the previous sentence and going, he's pushing the dust across the city away with his telekinesis. And then when it says that the dragon blows it away, it's a little strange. But I did get the impression that he's just like and just humanly pushing it away, not like telekinetically, superhumanly pushing it away. So I'm curious if you guys were thrown by that or not. I really like the progression of like, oh yes, I'm fine, the beast is down, and then shock, pain, nothing, and the black scales. I think that's a very cool and powerful and terrifying image. And like I said, especially because we have a mind reader, that it's not just like the beast is down and oh, like he stopped talking. Like we actually feel his shock and pain, and then you feel the horror of the nothing. I think that's really cool and powerful. The only thing that I want to say that I'm really curious about your guys' thoughts. So I know, well, okay, I'll just say this part first. So if he said, I'm fine, the beast is down, I will or I will finish, and something like that, do you think you would have gotten that he was about to say, I will finish it, if it just said, I will fin? Do you think you would have been able to complete the sentence? And if that was in there, do you think you would have gotten that is his catchphrase? Because that is something that I was talking about with Mako, that he said that's his catchphrase, I will finish it. And and I kind of just love the idea of like when he dies, when he himself is finished, he is cut off mid saying his catchphrase, that he's like, I will finish this, and then somebody finishes him first. Well, not so the dragon, you know, not just somebody. But yeah, he is finished, and like I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on that, regarding like, would that seem to because part of the reason I had a critique for this is because I was like, well, if he can come in a blaze of glory with an aha, he can say his catchphrase. But if this is a more somber moment, it's like not a time for catchphrases, then I feel like he shouldn't be saying this aha. But I also feel like if it was just like, okay, the beast is down and I'll finish it, you know, I think he could throw it out very casually and be like, you know, oh yes, don't worry, like it's down, I'll finish it, don't worry, and then get cut off. I think that could work, but I'm really curious what you guys would have thought of that. Like, would saying I will fin, would adding that work, or would that detract? And if it would have worked, would you have had enough clues to know, oh, this is his catchphrase, and he was, you know, he was finished in the middle of saying he would finish it. Let's see. And then I like this too, very sad and terrifying. Oh yeah, so the dragon's eclipsing wings unfurled to their fullest, blowing dust and debris away like a hurricane. So I really like this image. I like that idea of just the wings go up and the debris and dust clears. I think that's really cool and powerful. I especially like the word eclipsing in there. It's like they open like that kind of thing. But I feel like hurricane doesn't quite work for me because one good wind push, I don't really consider a hurricane, even in like metaphor land, because a hurricane is something that's like a lot of wind and it's swirling. And I do know that like in The Hobbit, like Smaug says like, my wings are a hurricane. I think it's about his wings, but he says something's a hurricane. But he's just making a grand speech. He's not really doing anything in that moment. But yeah, like I realized, I think it might be especially because I love How to Train Your Dragon. I've seen lots of dragons in How to Train Your Dragon do that move of like, okay, big wing, thing. And it often does like, whoo, powerful, push stuff away. Enough, kind of thing. But I wouldn't call it a hurricane. Like I said, it's a nice, good, strong push. It's powerful, it's cool, but it's more of a one and done thing than a hurricane, But I don't know if I'm being too nitpicky there. And then this here, so I already talked about the thing of like this makes her seem like the strongest hero, but it also kind of seems to repeat what was said before. And I realized something that could be really cool to alter about this is, well, I guess before I say that, I'll say the other thing is that with this phrasing, this doesn't feel like it lingers enough, because strongest known to history. If heroes were a very new thing in this world, like, like how in My Hero Academia, the quirks just show up, if it was like that, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, strongest known to history works. But because I know this is a world where, like, yeah, like, the Greek gods were real, and, like, people have had superpowers, like, as far as I know, from the beginning of humanity, saying he's the strongest to history, and he's most likely dead? Dude! Like, that's a huge deal! And that needs more breathing room than just the strongest known to history was most likely dead. And granted, like, we did have, like, some breathing room of, like, all of, let's see, where'd it go? Oh, yeah, that with this part. Like, we did have that and stuff, but none of that for sure confirmed, like, this is the strongest hero in history, and he's dead. And so, like, I feel like you would need to sacrifice those words somewhere to really, like, hammer this home. I don't know exactly where. The other option is to change it so it doesn't say that he's the strongest in history. And that kind of goes along with an idea I had, which is that I think if you had said Ultima, let's see. Oh, what? Yeah, okay. Ultima, the strongest for the future, was down. Finitus, the strongest of the past, was most likely dead. That left him, the strongest of the present, or the strongest right now, against this demon, left against this demon. I think that would have been really cool. Like, I do like the mirroring of strongest, but for the future, known to history, on the field, don't really quite mirror each other enough to be as powerful as I want it to be. And so I think if you just say future, past, present, or future, past, right now, then I think that would set up that mirroring even more and be even more punchy and cool. And I think, I don't know for sure, like, past, I think could have the same problem where it's like, he's the strongest in all the past, excuse me? But it also is a bit more nebulous. Like, instead of directly saying known to history, it just says strongest of the past. Past is a bit more nebulous. Past could mean recent past and not, like, all of history past, And then I do really like this image of him, like, the dragon's about to breathe fire, and then Sol grabs his throat and is like, no fire. Especially because that's what's been, like, that's a large part of what's been killing people. And he's like, no. I think that's really cool and powerful. I do feel like there is something left to be desired in the description of how Soul does it, because I think, as far as I remember, the last time the telekinesis was mentioned was the first line, and that is why that first line needs to be kept somewhere, or some mention of his telekinetic power needs to be kept. But I do feel like saying, like, his crushing telekinetic power, or maybe even just his telekinetic power instead of his crushing power, I think would work a little bit better, because I think, at least for me, that I kind of left going, you know, his crushing power. Like, what do you mean by crushing power? Like, how is he grabbing it? Oh, right, he has telekinesis. You know, I think you could easily forget that first line and go, is he like, okay, did he create giant hand? Is his little human hand grabbing it? What is his crushing power, you know? But nonetheless, I do love that image of, like, he's been on the reconnaissance mission looking for survivors, trying to help people, and then he's like, no, I'm going after you now. I think that's cool. And I do like the last line as well. I do think that's really punchy and powerful. I'm really curious what you guys think. Regarding, do you think that Soul is going to, A, win, B, survive this, C, accomplish all his goals, I guess. No, hold on. So, like, yeah, what do you think is going to happen after this? Do you think, like, Soul is going to fail and die? Do you think Soul is going to win and die? Do you think that he's going to win and survive? Do you think he's going to survive and lose? And depending on which one it is, do you think that last line loses some of its power? Do you feel like, you know, him saying, I will not fail? And then if you're thinking, well, you're probably gonna die, Soul, does that mean that's not as powerful to you, or does it work for you? And another question would be, does the line feel cliche? Does it feel like it doesn't have as much power as it could have because it feels more of a, like, cliche superhero thing to say? Or did you feel like it was punchy to you, it did work, it was powerful? I see Mako has a question highlighted. Here's a question. Did you get that at the beginning Soul was performing a defensive rescue role rather than directly engaging the dragon? Yeah, that was another question I didn't ask. That did you get that this is kind of what his entire role in the fight is? Like, that, whoa, I don't know what you're doing. That his role in the fight is like, okay, I am here not to fight the dragon. I'm here to rescue survivors. I'm here to shield. I'm here to help, you know, with the fire, stuff like that. Did you guys get that or not? And hello, Alexa Grace. Is that Alexa or Alexa? Mark says that was pretty clear. Okay, Hellenic says that was pretty clear. Okay. That is good. I will confess, it wasn't clear to me. I definitely thought, like, this is just what he's doing right now. I didn't realize this is Soul's job. Like, no matter what battle he's in, his powers lead to him being in this role where he's more about rescuing the survivors, not directly engaging the threat. So I was just thinking, like, this is what he has to do today. Mark says that he was support until he couldn't be anymore. Gotcha. Let's see what folks been saying. 72% to Encore 2. Lovely. Era says, I too was confused by the shield blocking the fire and the arc of it. Okay. Mako says, yeah, not really thinking of anything in the chat, unfortunately, though. Would the strongest that was and the strongest that could be work better for that paragraph at the end? Ooh, I like that. That could work too. Yeah, the Ultima, the strongest that could be was down. Finished just the strongest that was most likely dead. That left him. And then what would you say for him? Because I still feel like on the field of battle doesn't mirror that super well. But with that phrasing, you can't really say the strongest that is. That doesn't really fit because it's in past tense. But the strongest of the present or the strongest of right now sound more clunky if you don't have that future past mirroring. So I'm not sure. Ghoulish says, I think the names would be more effective, but I also realize that's a risk because of the word limit, for sure. Mark says, totally saw the prompt and totally thought it worked well, and then totally read Ultima's the strongest. Gotcha. The Greatest Hope would have worked better. Gotcha. Yeah, true. Ghoulish says, when I watch My Hero Academia, I never think of Deku as the strongest. I think of him as someone with huge potential, and that's because of how they built him up. I agree with that, yeah. I'm also behind on My Hero, yes. Mako says, thank you. He's a lot of fun to write. I assume about, like, a side story about Soul, yes. Mark says, I would not have gotten that that's his catchphrase. Gotcha. Death's Head says, I would never have gotten that was his catchphrase with just that. Would it have detracted to add? So you guys would not have caught that it was that, but would you be like, I will fin? Why is he saying I will fin? That doesn't make sense. Or would you have been like, oh yeah, he was gonna say, I will finish it. Even though you don't know it's his catchphrase. You would have had to say it somehow first. Oh, you mean like earlier? Gotcha. I mean, I guess I don't think it would be as powerful, but you could say his catchphrase turned, to shock pain. Verifiable history. The strongest known to verifiable history. That would work better, but it would be clunkier. The strongest hero standing. Ooh, yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, so the strongest that could be, the strongest that was, the strongest hero standing. I like that a lot. Yeah, and strongest of the moment could work, but I do think strongest standing is much punchier. I think having a cutoff word is fine. Gotcha. Alrighty, Rue. Oh, this was lovely. Oh yeah, I guess this was another question I know Mako asked. Did you think that this story flowed well overall, or did you feel like things felt more like stitched together, or like some things didn't flow? Personally, I felt like this was the only part that didn't flow, but the rest of it flowed well into each other, but I'm curious what others held. Okay, Mark says, yeah, I would have taken Finn as finish it. Gotcha. Alright, I need to set timer again, because I didn't set that timer either, and we are more pressed for time. A Supermassive Black Hole by Lilladyeva. Janet sipped her cocktail as she looked out at the sky. There were twinkles of distant stars in the background, dotted in the inky blackness. In the center of the window that was tinted for her protection was a swirling sphere of red. This was her planet's sun, or rather, the sun of her distant ancestors. Her people had fled to the star tens of thousands of years ago, as it expanded and turned into a red supergiant, destroying their home planet in the process. She stood here today in her elegant evening gown, because today was the day the sun would finally die. The astronomers had watched and predicted it with precision. Anyone who could afford a ticket was aboard a ship watching the end of their sun. The last trace of who they once were as a people. Janet was here because her father was a wealthy dignitary, and she was his +1. She hardly felt like she belonged, but she certainly was not going to complain about going to the event of a lifetime, or several lifetimes. Janet ignored the people and conversations around her. Her eyes focused solely on the red giant. There was a hush among the crowd as the spinning ball began to suddenly contract. It fell in on itself, the ball winding tighter. Janet stared in wide-eyed amazement as the star collapsed. This turned out to be a mistake. Within an instant there was a flash. The tinted windows proved ineffective against the sheer brilliance. The sky was lit up a brilliant pale blue, and the other stars disappeared in the brightness. She She squeezed her eyes shut against the light until she could feel darkness again. Then there's nothing. Nothing but the inky blackness. The area was void, a hole where something massive once was. Bits of debris clung to the outer edges, still slowly spinning around. A cheer rose up, and a round of applause. The ship was loud now with laughter as people celebrated the end. And Janet stared with wonder at the sight rarely seen, an impressive, swirling black hole. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Thank you so much for the cheers, Ghoulish and Norman. And yes, can somebody tag Lilladyeva? What's up, kitty? Was that a little sneeze? Thank you for the cheer, Mako. All right, Hebrew. The story was very fun and very different. I enjoyed. We got Arith murder and Mako's story about murder, and then we've got Lilladyeva story about a black hole, and then we got Masa's story about murder and Hellenic's story about murder. Don't get me wrong, I like all of them, but I enjoyed being able to put a completely different story in the middle of the rest of them. I thought that was fun. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung. So I can't remember, is that episode early on into like the Ninth Doctor's first season with Rose, don't they go to see the end of the sun? Because like this piece reminded me a lot of that episode, but then I was like, is that literally what's happening in that episode? And that's why it reminds me. Yay, until the encore, it's wonderful. murder, black hole, murder. All right, what was I saying? Yeah, I got that image, and I liked that image. What was I gonna say? There was something else I was gonna mention regarding that. Okay, it's the end of the Earth when it's destroyed. I was only passingly familiar. Fair. Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna ask. I am curious if this is meant to be our sun. If this is meant to be, thousands of years in the future, our descendants, or if it is a different race. Baked beans, prompt 212. Baked beans, sausage, and murder. Yes, the episode where the last human is a sheet of skin. Indeed. Anywho's. I really like, yep. that's her. That's Cassandra. But anyways, I really like your imagery in the first couple paragraphs, and I like kind of the juxtaposition between amazing astrological phenomenon and like people sipping cocktails. I think that's fun, and is another thing that's very similar to that episode of Doctor Who, if I remember it correctly, that only like the elite got to go. But I do think that makes, unfortunately, a lot of sense. And then it is cool how you repeat the inky blackness at the beginning and the end. I didn't catch that before. And then I like this like exploration of how this is the sun of our distant ancestors. Like, this isn't just like, I got a ticket to see a star explode. Like, this is very significant. This is the sun of our ancestors. I think that's a really neat, much deeper element to the piece. I feel like there was maybe a little grammatical technical thing here. Her people had fled to the star tens of thousands of years ago as it expanded and turned into a red supergiant, destroying their home planet in the process. To the star reads like it's saying, we fled to the star and all died. It reads like, we fled to the star and our home was destroyed. But I think you're saying we fled away from the star. Is that correct? Let's see. I do like this story is fun because you have some like details that are the kind of details where it's like if you needed the words then these would be the things to cut, but they're things I really like. Like I really like how you mention her evening gown, how you mention that she's like a +1 because her father's a wealthy dignitary. She doesn't belong here. It just adds to the scene to me. I could really feel like I can put myself in her shoes and feel like I'm there, and it's cool, and I like it. And it does make sense. Like anyone who could afford it definitely would want to see this. And it really is interesting, the idea of like you're not just seeing like, oh no, like my town is destroyed, like I feel like this is like an incremental thing. It's not just, oh no, my room has been turned into a gym. It's not just, oh, my house, I moved out and now somebody else lives there. It's not, oh no, my city's totally different or my city is destroyed. And then got to country, continent, world. It's not even world. It's not even like, oh man, like my world is gone. It's my sun, like my solar system, my galaxy is gone. And granted, maybe the galaxy isn't eaten by the hole yet, but at the very least, like the planet is gone and the sun is gone. And so, like the line says, this is the last trace of who they are. Not just in terms of like, I could have gone further. I could have gone like beloved stuffed animal. It's not just like beloved stuffed animal, room, house, or city is gone. It's the entire planet and sun that we lived in is gone. I think that's really, really powerful and interesting and mind-boggling. Let's see. I think I'll come back to that one. So I feel like usually I can suspend my disbelief really well. I'm very much the kind of person who's like, I generally don't really care if it makes logical sense or if it like is historically or scientifically accurate. I just care that it's a good story. But this is one where I did have some difficulty suspending my disbelief for a couple technical things. And those things were, A, how are they not destroyed? How are they not destroyed when it exploded? B, how are they not sucked into the hole? And perhaps more pressingly, because this is the one that's called out directly, if the tinted windows are ineffective, how are they not blind? That feels like either you're blind now, or you're receiving some kind of permanent damage, one way or another. And I'm thinking what you probably meant is like, it's so beautiful and brilliant and amazing that like the tint doesn't stop that. Like the fact that the windows are tinted doesn't stop it from being beautiful and amazing. Which I like. I really like that idea. I think unfortunately, the phrasing of the tinted windows proved ineffective reads as like, their job was to protect our eyes and bodies, and they failed at that job, so we are now corpses. You know, we are either now blind or corpses or both. And so I feel like, did I give an option? Oh, well, I was also talking about like, why would they prove ineffective? Because we have eclipsed glasses today in our less advanced society. So it feels like a more advanced society would be able to have proper window tinting for their black hole viewing show. So I think that, yeah, if you phrased it in something like the tinted windows or the blackout windows couldn't stop us from enjoying the brilliance. It couldn't stop us from enjoying the light, or like she was glad of the tinted windows because it was really bright. You know, she was glad that the windows were tinted to protect her because the light was so bright, even through the tint, you know, something like that. And then I do think if you added some line of like, because this is one of those things where it's like, generally I feel like these wouldn't be important things to say, but with this case, like, we all know how huge stars are. We all know how huge black holes are. We all know that when they explode, it's, like, gonna destroy everything within, like, what? Like, many hundreds of thousands of miles, or light years, or however you would say it, around. And suck in, things from hundreds of thousands of, miles, light years around. And so I think if you just had some line, like, just of, like, they were placed far enough away not to get caught in the blast. Even something as simple as that, I would have been like, okay, I guess maybe that's interesting to think about, because maybe that's the line of my suspension of disbelief. Like, as long as you give me an explanation, like, maybe other people wouldn't be satisfied with that. Maybe other people would have been like, oh, you can't get far enough away and still see it. But I would have been like, oh, well, she said that we were far enough away, so we're far enough away. We're good. But the fact that nothing is mentioned, and in fact, something is mentioned as ineffective, makes me go, how are they alive? How are they not blind? So yeah, and then, or like I said, how are they not sucked into it? How is this not an issue of like, hey, this is a supermassive black hole. Black holes will basically eat anything in sight. Black holes can't see. They're anything that is in any kind of vicinity of their gravity will get taken in. Isn't there like something about like the black hole at the center of our galaxy is like slowly pulling Earth in too? Like it's that big a thing. It's that big a pull, and so it's like, how are they not being pulled into that if they're that close, But anywho. Oh yeah, another thing that was a little bit on that same vein of like suspension of disbelief. I can kind of get, like, saying sky, because you can mean, like, oh yeah, like, the space, the outer space above me is the sky right now. That's kind of fine, but there isn't a sky in outer space because there's no atmosphere, and the thing that tips it over, my suspension of disbelief is blue. Because I don't know why it would be blue. There isn't a sky, and I don't know how the non-sky would turn blue. I don't know if there's something about, like, when a star goes supernova, or I don't know if this is... Because I'm assuming it's like, okay, like star goes to, like, red supergiant goes supernova goes black hole. As far as I know, that's the progression. But in this case, it's supernova black hole was really fast. But so I don't know if there's something about like when a star goes supernova, it does make the surrounding space look blue. But yeah, that was definitely something where I was scratching my head at that one. Let's see. And then, so I really like what you're going for with this story. Like I said, I really like how different it is. I really like the idea of, like, this is where our people came from. This is who we were, where we were. And it is, the sun is dying, is exploding, is turning into a black hole. Might as well come watch. I really like that idea a lot. But I think my biggest overall critique for this piece is the fact that the actual event, it feels like the majesty of it isn't described as much as I want it to be. I say here, like, I want more emphasis on the beauty, the gravity, the ancestry, the loss, the depth. Hindered the majesty is how I phrased it. And so that happens twice. That happens with the spinning ball began to suddenly contract. It fell in on itself, the ball winding tighter. Sure, that's probably what's happening, but there's no even, like I say here, there's no even adjective of, like, the brilliant spinning ball, or the, the bright, ball, or the blood red ball. There's not even an adjective there, so it just seems very matter-of-fact, and like, yep, spinning ball, contracts, winds, and I'm not really getting anything beautiful or majestic about it. It kind of reads like I'm just watching a toy, like, spin around. And I want more, I want something described more grandly, more beautifully. The same thing happens here too, where the area was void, a hole where something massive once was. Well, first of all, the hole is massive. So it's not really accurate to say something massive once was there, but no longer. It's a supermassive black hole. It is massive. So that doesn't really feel accurate in the first place, but second of all, it feels like the reaction to, as she says, like, this is the event of not just a lifetime, but several lifetimes. Not just several lifetimes, like millions of lifetimes, and I'm getting to see it. Okay, what does it look like? Describe it for us. There's a hole. Like, there's a hole where something massive was. Like, I'd like more than that. I tried to give you, like, some potential examples for how you could potentially do that. This is... Oh, is that a kitty?
Hi. Hi, kitty. What's up? What's up, babe?
I wrote down some potential options for how you could do it to maybe make it sound a little more grand. And note, this is just what I came up with in, like, the 5 extra minutes that I took to before the stream. So it's just something off the top of my head. There's lots of ways that you could do this. And I really wanted to do it in a way that was within your word count, but I ran out of time. So this is just me spitballing. Here's a potential example of, like, what you could have done. Do with it what you will. So, like, an example there would be, let's see, so... it was like a rose twirling in someone's fingers, closing as it spun, its petals curling inwards, hugging itself as it met its end. It didn't wilt. It didn't lose its beauty. It merely retracted so far into itself that it had no choice but to flash. And then you could change it to, like, it had no choice but to explode or something like that. Or had no choice but to, I don't know how you could describe it becoming a hole. But I like the idea of, like, cutting it off and then there's the flash kind of thing. So there's my example there. And then my example for this one is, then there was nothing. Well, no, it wasn't nothing. The somethingness of the nothing made it so much more beautiful and horrifying. Where once was a sun, the life and light of our ancestors was a hole. Like a pool of ink in the middle of the sky. But the ink didn't just spill onto the page. It weighed it down, dragging the paper it spilled on, the desk the page rested upon, the room they sat within, along with it. Pieces of the worlds it destroyed were left swirling around the edges, desperately trying to escape its grasp. They would fail. So, I don't know, I think this one's a bit more clunky. But like I said, it's only there because I like to put my money where my mouth is. I like to, when I say, oh, you could have described it more grandly. Like, there's a difference between me saying that and just being like, I can't think of anything though, versus, like, actually being like, hey, let me give you an example. So you definitely, like, wouldn't have to use it in a rewrite. You could go totally different with your imagery. But those are just some examples of, to me, like, those images convey much more, like, oh, like, this is so big and momentous and grand and stuff like that. And I definitely think that... Kitty... I definitely think, like, this will not be true every time, but something that you can definitely think about when you have a situation like this, where it's like, I only have 350 words. I want to describe something that's...
There you are. Come here.
I want to describe something that's really grand and big and a huge deal, but I don't have very many words to describe it. I definitely recommend thinking of what's a metaphor that I can use to describe this, because, like I said, I'm just describing, like, yeah, it is a spinning ball, sure, but give me more than that. I think using an image such as my rose image, like, simply changing it from matter-of-factly describing it as a ball to metaphorically describing it as a rose it brings with it all the connotations we might have with a rose. That roses are beautiful things. They're symbols of love. They're fragile. And there's the kitty, come here. Let me grab you.
Let me show you to the people. Let me show you to the people. There you go. There you go. My silly kitty.
My parents went to the movies, so I think, like, I think he probably felt like he wasn't alone out there when they were hanging out. But then when they left, he's like, oh, where are they? I got nobody. I'm gonna be with Kaylee again.
Oh, baby. Yeah.
Yeah. There's lots of cords here. Can I move the cords so you have a place to sit?
Well. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. Oh, you don't have to turn around, baby. Oh, no. Don't step on the keys. Don't step on the keys.
Oh, I think the ad's over. I got genuinely distracted by the kitty.
I got genuinely distracted, y'all.
Don't exploit me, Mother.
I'm not exploiting him. Why do you think I'm exploiting him?
But, oops, sorry, that might have hurt. There we go. Okay. But yeah, so all that to say, like, I really like what you're going for here, but I do think that, and this is a situation where, like, I did really love your details about, like, this sort of thing, but this is the kind of thing that you could remove to give yourself more words for the description of the actual, like, explosion, the actual black hole creation. And so, because that is, like, the point of the story of this is an amazing spectacle. So you definitely want it to end up reading as an amazing spectacle. You know what I mean? And I do think, I can't remember, I might have already said this, but simply adding, like, an adjective such as, like, the brilliant spinning ball, even that helps. It doesn't quite get across, like, the super extreme amazing brilliance, but it does help it seem like, oh hey, yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah, like, this isn't just a ball, this is a brilliant ball, this is, you know, an amazing thing, you know, kind of thing. Another thing I wanted to mention is that I do like both of the emotions that are being expressed in this piece. I do like that it's very like, oh, somber, we're losing our home son. And then I do like the celebration at the end, and I do like that it's kind of mixed feelings. But at the same time, it also does feel like there's kind of mixed signals where it feels like the beginning is more like, okay, yeah, we have cocktails and nice dresses and stuff, so maybe it is a party. But the main vibe is like, hey, we're losing our home planet. And then down here, the main vibe is just cheers, applause, laughter, celebration, and there's no somberness at all. And I feel like that could have really worked of, like, you know, and it might have changed the tone of the end, but something like a cheer rose up and a round of applause. The ship was loud now with laughter as people celebrated the end. Janet stared with wonder at the sight rarely seen, the loss of their ancestral home, you know, or the swirling black hole where their ancestral home once was. That might tinge the ending with more sadness than you want it to, but I think that would wrap up and bring us back to the beginning and make it feel like we're not getting mixed signals of the emotion quite well. Or you could have just, you know, described both within this and have it be some people are cheering, some people are crying, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, this is super creative. I really, really enjoyed this a lot. My husband is laughing at the kitty interruptions. I'm glad to hear they bring enjoyment. Describe this once-in-a-lifetime event. Hole. What's the meme? Is it, I guess, would that be like the, I don't know, I feel like I'm thinking of something different. But like the stonks meme, that's like, this is the greatest event in history. Oh. Marks, yeah, both my stories are kind of murdery. Just said, to proudly be that guy, our sun isn't massive enough to become a black hole. Well, so then maybe it's not our sun. It isn't specified that it's our sun. It just says it's their ancestral home. They don't have to be human. It did fudge that the sun bit, son a bit. Oh, so you are saying it is meant to be our sun, but you fudged it a little bit. Gotcha. I was going to put it on a different planet, but couldn't describe aliens in 350 words. Gotcha. That's actually something I like about the story. I like that it's unclear whether they're humans or aliens. I actually think that's a pro to the story. And that is something I recommend. I've kind of recommended it before, that, you only have 350 words. And so if it doesn't matter if someone's a human, and an alien, an elf, a cat girl, if those things don't matter, don't tell us about those things. And sometimes not telling us about those things can actually lead to more interpretations and can be a benefit to the story. And I think this story is a testament to that they could be humans, they could be aliens, but either way, the story works for what it is. At least it does to me. And I think that potentially saying, like, I think it would have worked to say that they were aliens, but you would lose that ambiguity, and the beauty of it. Mars, I'm sure at some point that blindness or sun murder had happened at the ineffective bit. murder, sun murder. Okay, and the Hellenic says, that's a common misconception. Black holes don't actually suck things in. They function as a center of gravity, just like any star. Gotcha. Sagittarius A has effectively no gravitational influence on Earth. Okay, gotcha. And yeah, if you replace the sun with an equal mass black hole, every planet's orbit would remain the same. We'd freeze and not be dragged in. Oh, weird. I'm curious about that, but I can't get too off topic. Mark says, didn't know that about black holes. Really cool to know. Agreed. Blue could be the low end of some high energy radiation. Most such high energy stuff would be invisible, though. They must be very far away, though. A supernova would be a huge explosion of energy. Gotcha. The event of a species' lifetime. Yeah. Ooh, I like that. The saying, I like that a lot, that we're phrasing that line to say, the event of a lifetime, of a species' lifetime. That's amazing. There would be a gaseous remnant cast off by the explosion. Some of it could be recaptured by the collapsed star and form a temporary accretion disk around the black hole, outlining the black hole in a halo of fiery white hot gas and heat. Ah, interesting. Ghoulish. My story for this prompt, and I'm still working on what it's going to be about a failed murder attempt. Murder, sun murder, failed murder. My physics teacher husband is pleased with y'all's knowledge of a black hole. Nice. Did you get his help with this story? That is fun. What? Black holes aren't big. They're the size of a point of a ballpoint pen. Why are they called supermassive black holes then? Oh, and I guess Arith might have answered. As far as I know, it depends on the black hole. Some are truly huge, like at the core of galaxies. But I know the sun in the story isn't our sun on Earth because our sun is too small to turn into a black hole. It will only turn into a white dwarf, again, as far as I know. I might not be able to talk about it much, but I'm curious, why can't our sun turn into a black hole? What is the determining factor? Yes, he helped a lot. Aw, that's great. Yes, this was lovely, little Lady Eva, but we must go on.
Bubble. Oh, kitty. Hello.
Alrighty-roo. Shooting the Lights Out by MasaCur. Carradine spun the Let's restart. Shooting the lights out, a MasaCur. Carradine spun the mare's leg carbine in his hand, cocking the lever as he did so. He aimed up on another lamp and fired. The lamp exploded in a shower of stained glass and burning kerosene. Carradine laughed and spun the carbine again, loading a fresh cartridge. Carradine, I've come to disarm you. He turned to see Marshal Cooper calling out to him. The marshal's hand rested on the handle of his revolver. Carradine lowered the carbine and took a swallow of whiskey. Hey, Marshal. How's your evening? Cooper turned his body, his hand still resting on his revolver grip. Carradine, can I get you to stop shooting people's lights? You're scaring folks. Carradine grinned a drunken smile. Whatever you say, Marshal. Hand over the lever gun, son. Cooper held out his left hand, his right still lightly resting on the grip of his weapon. Carradine looked at Cooper. Yeah, I guess I had my fun. He flipped the carbine over, holding the shortened stock out to the marshal. Cooper grabbed the carbine. Glad you're seeing sense. He took his hands from his holster. I'm afraid you're going to have to spend the night in jail and sober up. We'll talk about the damage done in the morning. Yeah, Marshal. I won't fight you. Cooper let out a sigh of relief. How you like being a marshal, Marshal? Cooper shrugged, leading Carradine to the town jail. It's a living. Can't imagine it pays as much as rustling does. What was that? Cooper, his tone defensive. I don't think anyone here remembers you used to wrestle cattle and horses, Carradine said. Back when you used to run with the Mitchum twins. Cooper reached for his revolver. Carradine, larger and younger, grabbed Cooper by the head and smashed it into a support post. It wasn't enough to put the marshal down, but it gave Carradine enough time to grab his carbine and shoot Cooper in the chest. You killed my pa, Coop! You think I'd forget! Carradine smashed the nearest lamp over Cooper's body, engulfing it in flames. Throw up for those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I'm a fan of the Western setting. For a second, I was like, "Oh yeah, he did my challenge," and wrote a story for a different time period than this one. And then I was like, "Wait, that's the challenge for the cat prompt, not this one. He did the challenge before it was a challenge." So yeah, this made me happy that you wrote about a different time period. More murder, yes, as I said, murder, black hole, murder. This is the third installment of the murder saga. I guess. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry, Massa. I guess me saying all that did spoil it. So I am sorry about that. But, yo, Wolf, yes, Western story, am happy, indeed. I hope I did the Southern accents okay. Yeah, the vibes on this story are immaculate. I really liked it. And, one of my biggest praises to say for the story is, like, this is quite possibly one of my favorite prompt uses that I've ever seen. That, like, he's literally shooting the lights out, and it's not just that they're just going out of their own accord, or they're turning off for the night, or they're turning off because some horrible monster is coming this way. Just because he's literally shooting them out and vandalizing the place. And then, in the end, he uses one on the body, and he smashes another one on the body, completing the image of the lights going out. I think that is a really cool image, and like I said, just adds to the vibes. I really like it. All right. So, and I do really like their like conversation and stuff. It's very natural, and I think I'll talk more about specifics as we go on. But let's just go from the beginning. So I did look this up, and it is like a very specific thing. And this is like I don't know, the Western gun. If you look it up, if you see it, you'll be like, yes, oh, I know that gun. This is the gun. But the thing is, I had never heard of a carbine, let alone a mare's leg carbine. And so what my brain did with mare's leg carbine was gun question mark. Like what it kind of does to the scene in my mind is it's not, this is an exaggeration, but it's almost like, okay, we have this beautiful scene, like live action movie, and then we have like a clip art of a gun with like the white background and the watermark. It's just like gun. Or maybe not clip art, but you know, just like a picture you got from the internet of a gun with a white background and the watermark on top of his hand. Because I don't know what it is. And so it's kind of one of those things where it's like, mare's leg carbine is very specific and very accurate. And in some ways, that's a good thing because you want to create an accurate image. And so if people either know what that is or go and look it up, it will give them a very distinct and specific image. But this very specific and accurate info tells us nothing if we don't know what it means. And so I don't think it's bad to use this word, but especially for the first line, the first introduction of it, like the first introduction of it and the first line of the story, I think using something that is more general would work better. That's saying like the lever action rifle. Yes, that's less specific. Yes, that would give us a less specific image, but it's an image that more people would know, and so it would reach more readers. And so then after you call it, okay, lever action rifle, all right, got an image of that. And then like later you can call it the mare's leg carbine, and we can be like, okay, apparently a mare's leg carbine is a lever action rifle. And like, I don't know if these dashes are correct, but I needed to add them to read it correctly. Even then, I did trip. But I was like, Carradine spung the mare's. Mare, did not think that's where this was going. The mare's leg. Okay, we have a mare's leg as a weapon. All right. Mare's leg carbine. What is a carbine? Because, like, there's two things that I think of. Because I'm like, carmine, which I think is like a red pigment, and like, well, I think this is the right thing. The carbuncle ate itself is the other thing I think of. Neither of which are guns, and so I'm like, what's a carbine and how does it relate to a mare's leg? And so it's just like, you know, and when I actually started writing the story, it didn't even have gun question mark. It was just like blank space, you know, a white thing. And then probably it was the cocking the lever that was like, okay, probably gun. Stick a gun in that white space. So yeah, so like it's one of those things where like maybe how I think of things most people disagree with, but like it's fine to have stuff that your readers need to look up. But I think in a case like this, like, especially because you call you call the gun the carbine the entire time, and never I think one time you use another word. I think Marshall does. The lever gun. One time it is called a lever gun. But the rest of the time it's called a carbine. And so, like I said, and in the first line it's called a mare's leg carbine. And so I don't think that it hurts you in any way to say lever action rifle in the first line and refer to it as the more specific term later. To me, that feels like the better compromise of like, okay, I'm going to use the word that more readers can understand first, going to give you a good image, then I'll give you the specific word and you can go look it up if you've never heard of it. But as is, we have this word that someone like me doesn't know what any of that means, and so I'm left with a little bit of a slight blank. I'm left with a gun question mark pretty much the entire story, and I don't think that that's necessary. I don't think, like I said, I don't think using a more general term and then using the more specific one later hurts you in any way. Oh yeah, and then the next thing is, I'm not sure what image you're going for when I get to the word stained glass, because I'm thinking either these are lampposts or these are lights on people's houses. Either way, these are outdoor lights. I can't think of an outdoor light being stained glass. Like, I think of like a Tiffany lamp, and a Tiffany lamp is an indoor lamp. That's not an outside thing. And if he was inside, I would really need some more explanation of the setting to get what's going on there. I just saw back. My cabbage is done. Oh, man. But anyway, so yeah, I'm not sure why stained glass is mentioned there. It's not really a huge problem, but it is something that feels like it would be better just to say glass and wouldn't be as confusing. But as I said, even though I do have some critiques for this first bit, I do really like the image. I can totally imagine him spinning the gun and like firing at the lamps, and the glass spreading, and the smell of the kerosene and stuff like that. I like that a lot. I also find it interesting how Marshall specifically says, "I've come to disarm you." It's not, "I've come to arrest you," "I've come to kill you." It's not even like, "Put the gun down, son," or "Put your hands up." It's, "I've come to disarm you." Like, that really, I think, shows that Marshall has changed, because he easily could be like, "Okay, like, we got some no good hoodlum out here, you know, I've killed people I've killed people for less before I could kill him for this," you know, something like that. But this shows, like, you know, he has not come with anything big, bad, malicious. It is just about, "Hey, could you stop doing that, please? Can you put the gun down, please?" And I like that. I like the image of his hand resting on his revolver. Like, I like how that comes up throughout the scene, that as he slowly is comforted and stuff. I like that. So the whiskey here. So it totally makes sense that a dude in a western shooting out the lights, he has his whiskey with him. Does make sense. However, the way it's introduced makes it seem like the whiskey materialized randomly, because we were not introduced to the whiskey earlier. And "took a swallow" is the kind of phrasing that you use when it's like, yes, I've established I have a flask, or I have my glass, or whatever it is, I have my whiskey, let me take a swallow. But not establishing it's even there and then saying he takes a swallow of it makes it seem like it randomly appeared. And so I think either like rephrasing this to Carradine lowered his carbine, pulled a flask of whiskey from his hip and took a swig. Or, you know, you could say that, you know, Carradine laughed and spun the carbine again, loading a fresh cartridge and taking out his hip flask. Or maybe that's not the right place for it, but you could put it at the beginning even. You could say Carradine, you know, pulled out... Actually, if you had it in the first line, it almost would work better to say, Carradine took a swig of whiskey from his flask as he spun the mare's leg carbine and cocking the lever, something like that. I don't know for sure, but some way of introducing it either earlier or... Oh, cat. Or introducing it in this line. I think it would be better. I really like both their characters are very strong. They have strong voices and very different voices, and having Carradine's voice very like, "Hey, how's your evening?" and the Marshal's like, "Put the gun down, stop shooting at people's lights." I think it's very striking. I like that a lot. And I like the, I don't know, almost casualness to it, like, "Can I get you to stop shooting at people's lights? You're scaring folks." I think that's fun. And then reading it for, you know, multiple times, this line definitely reads different. That it's like, the first time it's like, okay, whatever you say. But in this case, like, he's got nefarious plans, so he's like, "Sure, whatever you say, Marshall." So I think that's cool. And then I do like Yeah, I guess I had my fun. And you can totally see why this would make the Marshal let his guard down. Um, let's see. I think I misread this line. I'm sorry if I did. And then I like how he keeps comforting him, and I can totally see why he's like relieved. I also really love how you like being a Marshal. It's so fun because these things can be hard to do in fiction because these things can feel weird or awkward or over the top, but this feels so natural to how people would talk. And so I really like that. And then the transition to like, hey, I know your past, I think works really well as well. So I have torn feelings about the ending. So honestly, my biggest critique for this piece, like the thing that stuck out to me the most throughout it, is quite simply the word smashed. Because the minute that I saw smashed his head into a support post, I'm like, oh, he's deader than dead. Like, his head, all of this is smashed. Like, it's smashed in. And then the next line is, it wasn't even enough to put the Marshal down. So, like, he's not even unconscious. And so I think that slam would be a better word there than to say he slammed it in. Like, I could totally see that, not being enough to knock him unconscious. But smash definitely gives the impression that his head is caved in. His head is smashed in, sort of thing. And then the other thing about it is that it really does come out of nowhere. And the fact that I spoiled it for you guys might have made it not come out of nowhere. But, and granted, maybe I can still say that because I did briefly, accidentally see one of, I forget if it was one of the reviews or, something in the writing group chat, that did say there was a murder in this story. So even though I did know, I think there's a murder gonna happen, it still is very just like, okay, yep, having a nice chat. And half his head is gone. His head is smashed into the support beam now. And on the one hand, I feel like that's kind of the intention. The intention is to be we're as surprised as the Marshal is that this is happening. But at the same time, I don't feel like it would have detracted from the story to set it up a little more, especially because we seem to be, it's kind of an omniscient story, but we're a little more towards Carradine because we start with him. And so if we did have it more third limited in Carradine's head and Carradine is kind of thinking about how much he hates him, or you can just see the anger is bubbling throughout this conversation, or we see he has a plan, I don't think that would have detracted. And in fact, I think that would have added. That instead of feeling like, okay, murder now, murder is happening, it would be like, ooh, okay, yeah, wow, maybe the situation isn't as it seems. It's not as casual as it seems. It's not as kind as it seems. He's not really giving in. Ooh, what's gonna happen with this? I think that would have worked. Of course, you would have had to rework the story and definitely cut things to do that. But I think that could have worked. I don't think that would have been an issue. And then kind of somewhat related to that is that this is something that I don't think sticks out at all the first time you read it. But when you really dig into this and reread it multiple times, it seems like a very odd plan. It seems like the plan is, okay, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to start shooting some lights. And that's going to get Marshal Cooper's attention. And then he's going to come to arrest me. And I'm going to comply. And right when he has his guard down, then I'm going to kill him. and it's like, okay, you could have, killed him when he arrived. You could have just, you're shooting out lights. You could have just, wha-bam, killed him there. And, why did you need to have this casual conversation with him? And that is one of the things, like, as much as I do love the dialogue and I do think that it flows extremely well and I enjoy it, it's not necessarily for them to have this much of a conversation to get the point across. And so I think you could have taken some of the conversation out in order to explain more of what's going on in Carradine's head. And stuff like that. And, like, the other thing is, like, it's possible it's not a plan and he's just drunk. But I feel like I need more, because he seems very in control of his faculties. He seems like I said, with the smile from the beginning, it seems like he's planning this right from there, that it's like, oh yeah, I'll do whatever you say. And maybe that is a drunken plan. Maybe it is like, oh, like, shooting out the lights, woo, fun times. And then Cooper shows up and he's like, I'm gonna murder this man. I'm gonna do a heckin' murder today. That's what his drunk mind does. But we don't really get any of that. And so it just kind of is like, why did that come out of nowhere? Like, why do we have such a long, casual conversation if murder was ultimately the goal? So yeah. Did I say anything else there? Oh yeah, that, like, they know each other. Like, they know at least each other's last names. And so, and, like, it seems like he killed his pa a while ago. And so, if this is a planned thing, that he wanted to murder him for a while, why did it take so long? Why was this the plan? Why does he need to try to get himself arrested? Oh yeah, this doesn't bother me too bad, but there is a question of, like, okay, like, where were we? Where is this support post? What is it a support post of? Not that bad, but I do think it kind of goes along with that stained glass thing where it's like, I think we're outside, but I'm unclear, you know? So, I don't think you need the setting. I think the story works perfectly well without it, but it is something that maybe could have added to the story if you established the setting a little bit more. I do like this, I do like how, even without a dialogue tag, I feel like I can properly get the emotion of that. That's cool. Like I said, I really like the completion of the prompt here at the end. I'm unsure about, like, if engulfing it is supposed to be him, because it's like, he did just die. So is he's still a him? At what point do you go from being a him to an it? Which is a terrifying question. Is he dead? Is he still twitching? What's going on there? So yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but I think this is something that can be interesting to think about for our, like, anybody's stories. Like, it works for the prompt just to have him shooting out the lights. I think that's a cool use of the prompt already. But there's something about using the prompt in that ending that really takes it to another level for me. And I can't figure out, like, exactly what it is or how to describe it, but it's definitely something worth considering for your stories of, like, okay, here's my prompt use throughout the story. Let's wrap it up with the prompt as well. I don't know if it's because it's such a literal take that's part of it, or, like, if you could do this with the metaphor too. Because I feel like easily, like, having it be in the last line could feel, like, cheesy, and has before, but I don't know. It's just cool. It's just something to think about. But I do like, and it is kind of, it's kind of one of those stories where it's like, conversation, brilliantly executed. Well done. Love it. The murder, it works. Like, maybe not as well executed because of the whole smashed thing. But it does work. I like the twist of, like, you know, as a cattle rustler, he ended up killing his dad and he wants revenge. That works for me. So, like, both of these things I think are great. It just feels like there isn't a transition between the two, and or that they don't fit super well together because I'm unsure why this was the plan or if there was a plan. So, I don't know. Instead of, my name is Inigo Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die. Howdy, I'm Carradine. You killed my pa. Now I'm gonna kill you. That's great. Hello, Foggy. Welcome. So good to have you. Love your little Alexander emotes. Or I guess I don't know if it's Alexander. It could be anybody in a pot in Elden Ring. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. And we have Encore 2. Wonderful. I think we did say it, but it's still wonderful. Carbine is one of those weird classifications that I always forget exactly what it is. It's not quite a pistol, not quite a rifle. And the barrel is shorter. Gotcha. Stained glass makes me think church. Well, it does say people's lights, and so that's part of what makes me think that this is people's houses, because it's like, you're shooting out people's lights. Where's that? Yeah, like people's lights. Yeah, like the church is kind of the people's property, but I feel like if you're gonna say you're shooting out people's lights, you mean on people's houses. Amazing. My cabbage is done. Norman, odd coincidence, I'm cooking Brussels sprouts. Same plant, different variant. The most compact of cabbages. Yeah, Carradine, I've come to bargain. Magical art, spontaneous whiskey. I love that. What superpower do you have? Well, I can summon whiskey. Cool. Can you use it to fight or anything? Nah. Well, I guess you could use it to fight. You could use it for like a Molotov or something. Could it be any kind of whiskey? Is it specifically a flask, a glass, a bottle? Carradine squinted around the neck of his whiskey bottle, sighted down the carbine, and shot out the lamp. Interesting. So it's kind of a like, kind of thing. A little bit of a complex image that might have confused me, but I do like it. Spontaneous whiskey sounds like a neoclassical country band with punk elements. Nice. Just imagine some Western wizard magically refilling his glass. That's incredible. Hearing that, I need more Western wizards now. I need the crossover of fantasy and Western. Because all the fantasies are like in medieval, like, well, not even exactly medieval. It's just like vaguely what we think of as medieval, but kind of is like an amalgamation of many different time periods. But that doesn't mean that fantasy can't be put in a Western. Give me my cowboy wizards, gosh darn it. Yeah, the Ghoulish says for Hellenics, it doesn't really work now. I'm thinking he's looking through a whiskey bottle like it's a spyglass. Yeah, that was kind of my first thought too. I was like, oh no, probably like around it. Marshall. Amazing. Yeah, Hellenic, but I really like the conversation between them. I know, I do too. Lamppost mailbox of what the support post is. I don't know. I don't feel like I'd call a mailbox or a lamppost a support post. Yeah, Foggy says, I'd assume the shots were targeted at street lanterns. Are we casting booze spells now? That feels like something like Ibrahim could walk in on and be like, are we casting booze spells now, Miguel? Because I'm in. I summoned sake. Yeah, just whiskey or any alcohol. Unfortunately, just whiskey. Can you fight with it? Well, I can if I have a lighter, yeah. Or if you can summon the bottle, you can smash it over somebody's head. What? What was the Macbeth but cowboys? Rootin', tootin', riding and shooting. What is this? Support post B or you tie up your horses. That's kind of what I was thinking it was. I wasn't really sure, but that was what I was imagining. I heard somebody read some of Merlin's lines in a Cornish accent. It was ridiculous. Don't really know what a Cornish accent is, so I can't do it for you, but I'm sure it was hilarious. Oh, you meant mailbox or a lamppost could replace a support post. Gotcha. Yeah, that could work for sure. I'm not completely sure Carrot didn't have much of a plan past get drunk, create chaos, profit, kill Cooper. Gotcha. Glad to hear you're hoping to be around more, Foggy. Interesting. Wolf says, might be because I've watched a lot of Western media, but I didn't think of Smashed as doing much more than drawing a trickle of blood. Gotcha. Oh no! Lag goblins are killing me following the critique. Well, hopefully you can catch the VOD if they messed too much up. So, interesting Easter egg. Every name used was based on an actor with a prolific Western filmography. Keith Carradine, Gary Cooper, and Robert Mitchum. Ah, cool. Good Hollywood, Texas accent. Nice. Alright. It's like the Cornish is like the British farmer accent, a relative of the pirate accent, on account of some Hollywood chaos. Nice. Witches and Cowboys Tumblr post. Do you have just the picture of the Tumblr post itself? Is this the one where it's like you could have a samurai, a cowboy, I guess maybe a witch, you know, like I forget what all of them are, but it's like, a pirate was one of them, like a samurai, a pirate, a cowboy, and at least one other. All are at the same time period in history, and so you could have write a story about that group, and it would be historically accurate. Gotcha. This is very fun, Masa. I think you did a really great job with this prompt, and you did my challenge before it was even a challenge. Yeah, I can't watch a short right now, Mako. You have to send me the actual post, because I can't, it's too small to read. Alright, so let's go on to Hellenic's, the story. Humans Taste Better Than Fireflies. The Beautiful Beast, by Hellenic Taoist. Content warning. Blood, macabre imagery, themes of cannibalism. Where did I get my spear? Simple. It grew out of my hand. What do I care if it sounds improbable? I don't remember nobody giving it to me. Don't remember training to use it. Don't remember being hungry. Don't remember me without it. It was from slaying and eating demons that I first learned how to see. Their blood glittered like molten metal as it flicked from my blade. I followed the scent of flesh and metal out of hell, into a world where stars were painted like unending rivers of blood across the sky. The meat up there was tastier, but humans were never really my thing. You were also gamey in those days, but you were the first creatures to speak in a language I understood. I used to lie in the tide pools from one moon to the next, listening to humans talk about their quaint little lives and their quaint wooden nests. A few times, I heard them whisper prayers to the goddess of lover's glow, who shines her lamp on every hearth where love resides. Well, I didn't know what love was, or a goddess for that matter, but I was curious to see this lady who was welcome in every human nest. In the end, I never found her, but I saw light reflected in the face of every human curled in a lover's arms. I saw it on the brow of every baby asleep at its mother's breast. I saw it on the face of families with one quilt to throw across half a dozen sleepers. I even saw it on the dogs that guarded their flocks. I wanted that light to warm me. Once, I cut apart a whole village, trying to find out where the light was hidden. But no matter how quickly I ate them, the light seemed to fade before it reached my stomach. Lucky me, my hero was away from home that night. Honestly, this way's a lot better. Soon enough you'll fall in love with me, and we can kindle that light together. Throw up those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. Okay, here we go. So here's the post. Witches and cowboys are the same entity, but just separated at night and day. Could you kindly elaborate on that, please? Big silly hats, dangerous aura, wands/guns, midnight, high noon, robes, ponchos, stockings with boots, chaps with boots, magic incantations, eehaws and slang, brews potions, brews alcohol, rides brooms at night because horses are sleeping, rides horses at day because brooms are recharging, can't swim. Moonshine is an alcoholic potion brewed by witches and cowboys. Moon to represent the witching hour, and shine the sunny high noon. Rootin', tootin', toilin', shootin', fire burn and cowboy bootin', eye of newt and spicy beans, toe of frog and denim jeans, whiskey grits and demon spittle, tossed into my iron griddle. When with the tannin of our hides, something wicked this way rides. That is incredible. I have seen that before, but it has been a while. That is perfect to the fantasy western idea, for sure. Thank you for the cheers, Norman and Magistrate Ironlung. What are those little creatures? Lechonk! I don't know what they're from, but they seem cute. Alrighty-roo. So Hellenic had some questions, which made me realize that I might have missed... Did I miss questions on MasaCur or Lilladyevas stories? Please let me know if I did. We can still ask them. Okay. So Hellenic said here, okay, my first question is, or criticism, is that the rather awesome and eye-catching title isn't quite explained by the text. Yeah. You see Fireflies glow in part to warn what is happening? I guess this is how you can tell that I'm doing a fifth story, and I usually do 4 before the break, before the reset. My first criticism is that the rather awesome and eye-catching title isn't quite explained by the text. You see fireflies glow in part to warn predators that they're bitter if eaten. In my mental draft, he made an allusion to this fact, but I had to cut it for space constraints. In my own defense, I argue that the title still does a good job of cluing in the reader what sort of story to expect. So question 1, would you agree or disagree? 2, the story is told from the point of view of the demon Yang. I tried to make him feel both lonely and monstrous. Do you think I succeeded? 3, my interpretation of the prompt in this story is supposed to be that Yang sees humans as being like lamps, full of some ethereal light he can see but neither touch nor carry. Did that come across? Oh, is any part of the story, like, too much for anyone, blood or violence-wise? If you weren't already aware, this is basically a prequel to the other story I've submitted from the Beautiful Beast saga. If you have read both, you'll notice that the first story was written from Hero's perspective, and this one was written from Yang's. If/when I write future installments, would you prefer to read about Yang's or Hero's perspective? So feel free to answer those. I'm a little torn, because usually I save them for the end, but there are some, like, bigger ones that I could maybe start with. I don't know. Lechonk is from the latest generation of Pokemon. Is that actually its name? Lechonk? Oh, I see. It's a portmanteau of lechon, a suckling pig dish, and oink. Why isn't it LeChoink then? Because LeChonk sounds like it's the meme. Chonk. He's a chonky. LeChonk. Alright. So, I think I'm actually going to say, like, my big overall thoughts. I mean, granted, I do this sometimes. But I think I'm going to say my big overall thoughts on this piece first, and then get into the nitty-gritty. So I absolutely adore the middle part of this story and just the idea that you're going for, of the idea of this demon who crawled his way out of hell, and he sees that humans are full of light, and he's like, I've never experienced this. I like this, I want this, but he only knows how to kill and eat, and so that's how he thinks that he can get the light, and he doesn't realize that that's the exact opposite of how you get that light. And so that's really fascinating, and there's like a lot of intrigue and depth to that. And I think the middle part of the story that's just like, this is a story about a demon, like I said, demon crawling out of hell, sees the light that humans have and wants it, but can't figure out how to get it. I think that stands alone very well, even though it's part of a larger universe. I think that idea is just super powerful on its own. And I'll go into more of the details, but a lot of just the details of how you describe it are very well done and super interesting. But I do have issues with both the beginning and the end, and they are different. And so my issues with the beginning is quite simply that this is very much a very strange thing that's going on here that is not relevant to the story. And so it's like, where'd I get my spear? Grew out of my hand. I'm like, okay, we're hearing about hand spears for this story, and then we abandon the hand spears, and it's really not important. And it's like this very strange, very like confusing idea that isn't explained or important. And so it feels like it would be much better just starting the story from here. That it's like, you could honestly even just do that. It was from slaying and eating demons that I first learned how to see. You could totally start there, and that would actually be a super punchy first line. And like, this would be a super punchy first paragraph that would really, that I think would work super well as that first bit, because it would show like, like this is him like crawling out of hell, and what happens, the rest of the story is about what happens when he crawls out of hell. So I think that would work really well. But we don't really need to know about his hand spear to get the point of the story, and hearing about it is like, that this is a very strange thing, and it could be like something that's very interesting if the whole story was about it, that like, yeah, that was the point, was about the hand spear, you know. But because it's not, and because it's very strange and not explained, it feels like it would be better without it. And it does have kind of that same issue that I will often bring up of like, the first line is kind of your introduction to what is this story going to be about. And no, your first line does not have to be like a summary or a microcosm of the story as a whole, definitely not. But just like, I mean, let's see if we can look at other people's stories. I did have the issue with the specificity here, but other than the issue with the specificity, and we're, okay, Carradine's shooting out lights, like he's got a gun. Carradine's got a gun. Yeah, that's something that's important to the story. That's going to come up as the story continues. You know, she's sipping her cocktail as she looks out at the sky. Yeah, like, the cocktail isn't that important. This isn't necessarily a summary of the whole story, but this very much properly introduces you to the vibes of what's going on here. We're having kind of a party, but the party has to do with the sky. We're going to be looking at the sky for the rest of the story. And so, you know, when you're saying, where'd I get my spear? Grew out of my hand. I'm like, okay, this is a story about a hand spear. This is going to be important. And so when it's not, it being this first line especially makes me critique it even harder. And then the ending, though, I think is more of an issue. And this is really interesting because, okay, how do I want to say this? Well, I guess I'll say this part first. So, the whole story has been about, I don't know what love is. I like it. I'm interested in it. I want to feel it. I don't know how to get it. I don't know how to feel this. And so then we have my hero. My does have, like, a romantic connotation immediately. Doesn't necessarily have to, but my implies some kind of love, whether it be romantic or familial or anything like that. And so we're like, my hero, like, you don't know anyone. First of all, you don't know like, more importantly, well, actually, there's kind of three things that it's like, you don't have a home. So why are you saying that he was away from home as if this is your collective home? 2, you don't seem to know any humans personally or care about them. 3, if you don't know what love is, you definitely shouldn't be able to say my. And then this one was even more grievous with that it's like the whole story is about, I don't know what love is. And then we have this line where it's like, oh, you'll fall in love. I totally know what love is, and you're gonna fall in love with me. And I do know what you meant now, and I am gonna talk about that, but I'm talking about my misconceptions about it that made it an issue first. And so it kind of ended up reading as if the whole story was like, I'm trying to find the Staff of Azeron. It's this beautiful, amazing wizard staff, and it has the power to create warmth and happiness everywhere it goes. And like the whole story is about that, and it's like super rare, and we don't know how to get it. And then the last couple lines are like, oh yeah, and I waved the wand of Azeron, I waved the staff of Azeron, and made myself a meal. You know, that kind of thing. That it's like the whole story is about, wow, like, what is this light? What is love? I don't know what love is. It's beautiful. How do I get it? Oh yeah, I know what love is. You know, that kind of thing. And this one also, like, because there's no, like, you'll throughout the story, it's not in second person, it actually didn't quite read as it referring to as this you referring to as my hero. It could, that was an option I saw, but when I first read it, I thought he was talking to the reader, that he was like, soon enough you'll fall in love with me, and we can kindle that light together. That it was meant to be this very creepy, like, call out to the reader of, like, and it could potentially be in the vein of, like, I don't know what love is, but you'll fall in love with me kind of thing. And I read the other story, and when I first read it, I was like, that doesn't actually help as much as I wanted it to. But once I reread this story after reading the other one, it did, because I think I know what you're going for now. He's telling the story from the future. He's looking back in the past. He's looking back at who he once was. And he is with Hero now. And so he's like, I'm so lucky that Hero was away from home. Because if he wasn't away from home, I would have killed him too. And I'm so glad that I didn't, because I have him now. This way is a lot better. Still some question there, but soon Hero is going to fall in love with me, and he's going to show me what that light is. That I don't know what love is. Like, at this point in the story, he still doesn't know what love is, but he's looking back in the past and he's going, I know that Hero is going to show me what this light is. So I do really like that, and knowing that's what you mean, that actually works quite well as an ending. But unfortunately, I think that your phrasing kind of shot you in the foot there. One thing that was an issue is that even though it is in past tense, usually past tense is kind of a weird, like, it's a weird pseudo present in fiction that I think probably the majority of stories are told in past tense. There are some in present, but I think most are told in past. And some of them are like, hello, I'm literally a character from the future telling you the story of my past. But a lot of them are just like, this is how the story is told. It's not a specific character looking back. This is just the tense the story is told in. And that's definitely how it ended up reading to me. That's like, yeah, this is just the story. I'm not thinking this is a specific looking back sort of thing. It's just like how the story is told. And so if you had some clues to like, oh, hey, we're looking back, I think that would have helped. Like something like, I'm ashamed to say it now, but I once cut apart a whole village, you know, and of course you could do stuff like that earlier, but just little clues like that I think would help to show, okay, we're looking back, and so this is not him saying, oh, I know what love is, actually. It's him going, I did not know what love is here, but I'm going to in the future. I think another part of the issue with the tense thing is that it should be you would. Soon enough, you would fall in love with me. I'm looking back in the past, and I know pretty soon you're going to fall in love with me. Yeah, you're going to... Well, I guess that still doesn't work. But you'll is for a present tense story. So if this was all like, my hero is away from home tonight, soon enough you'll fall in love with me. That would work. But because the whole story is in past, that's part of what makes it read like it's turning to the audience, that it's going... Like, okay, we're telling the story. Soon enough, you'll fall in love with me. Not, like, hey, I know, soon you would fall in love. We would fall in love in the past. Okay, there's an ad. I'll show you kitties. I don't know if you can see. Oh, I think I made it worse. But there are two cats.
There's one cat right here, and there's one cat back here.
No, you can't see him.
Bo's like, what you doing? What you doing? Oh, kitties. Oh, you starting to purr? You're so precious. So precious, kitty. Oh, don't get up, Bo. Stay here.
All right. I think it's over now. So I think of it was like, yeah, I'm looking back and I know now you were going to fall, you would fall in love with me. Then that would work as well. Work better at least. But I think it's also the fact that it's, you'll fall in love with me. That very much reads as like, I'm great. You're gonna fall in love with me. Don't you worry. Another thing that makes it seem like it's talking to the audience. And again, very much seems knowledgeable about what love is. That it's like, I know what love is. You're gonna fall in love with me. And I think it would help a lot just to quite simply change it to, soon enough, you would show me what love is. Or soon he'll, and yeah, you could change it to he to avoid the you confusion as well. Soon he would teach me what love is. He would teach me what that light is. Or he would teach me that light cannot be consumed. It must be freely given. I think any of those things would have been beautiful. I think those would have worked really well to show, like, yeah, it's not it's not him randomly saying he knows what love is. It's him saying, I'm gonna meet someone who shows me what that love is. And so I think just, saying that quite directly, you would teach me what love is, I think would be really beautiful and do exactly what you want it to. You could also, like, instead of saying lucky me, you could say, because that is another present thing, you could say, I'm so glad now that my hero is away from home that night. And so that would be showing, I'm glad now, present day, that hero was away from home that night. And you could have even added, like, I'm so glad now my hero was away from home that night, or I would have killed him too. Something like that. But anywho, so those are that's like my big my big thing, which is like, adore the middle, have some issues with the beginning and end, and I could adore the end as well, but it would need some tweaks. So let's start going through more specific stuff. So don't let me forget to talk about the title. I want to answer your questions, but I think I'm going to do it last. So let's see. So there's a little bit, this nobody ends up giving it a little bit of an inconsistent voice, and I don't know if that was just a mistake, if you meant, I don't remember anybody giving it to me, but nobody is a very much like a, southern talk. I don't remember nobody giving it to me. And I don't think that Yang is southern. Especially because you also have the phrasings of like, humans were never really my thing. That's a little more like modern kind of. I guess modern's not the right word, because Southern people can be modern. I don't know exactly how to describe this tone, but this tone is a very different tone from this. So there's a slight inconsistency from voice, but it's not too bad, and I think it's just that word threw me. I do like the kind of... I do like that there's a lot of voice in these first two paragraphs, even though, like, I have some confusion here, even though I don't think it's necessary to talk about the hand spear. I do like how it's voiced of just like, where did this happen? Grab my hand. What do I care if it sounds improbable? I do like the, like, don't remember training to use it, don't remember being hungry, don't remember a me without it. I like that anaphora, that's cool. I don't really know what first learn how to see means, but that is one of those things where this one's really interesting because that's a little bit confusing, but I feel like it's also very, like, nebulous and interesting, and you can kind of have some guesses as to what he might mean. That he might mean literally, like, he just was like, he wasn't born from someone, he just came to exist with his spear hand. And so, like, he couldn't see, and then he's, like, slaying and eating and learned how to see. It could be something more spiritual of, like, I couldn't, like, I could physically see, but I wasn't really, like, seeing anything, you know? It could be a lot of different things. So it's one of those things where it's like, a little strange, a little confusing, but also kind of cool in its, like, confusingness because it offers a lot of different interpretations, and each of those interpretations can make sense in a different way. Really love this image. That's very beautiful. Like, I don't know if you meant this for sure, but I'm, like, imagining, like, silver blood, which I think is really cool. I really like this image of I followed the scent of flesh and metal out of hell. Like, that's really cool. I like that a lot. And it's cool because it's not just like, I made it out of there, guys. it's not just something that says, I got out of hell. It's like giving setting details and scent detail, or like senses details of, like, I escaped hell with my wits about me. It's like, I followed the scent of flesh and metal. That's so evocative and so well done. This is really cool too, where stars are painted like unending rivers of blood across the sky. I'm not sure if I totally get what you're going for there, but I'm guessing you mean, like, the Milky Way is like a river. But even if I don't totally get it, what I love about this image is that it's very much in his head and very much inhuman. Like, I don't think a human would describe stars like rivers of blood. And that's exactly what's so great about it. That you can tell, like, hey, this is somebody who's not human. This is a demon. This is, like, rivers of blood are all that he knows. And so he's going to describe this new sight, this new sensation, with a metaphor of what he knows. And I think that's really cool. I always love it when people are able to really get into the head of a non-human character. And so I think that's very well done there. I'm curious what "you're all so gamey in those days" means, because it kind of seems like, you were so gamey in those days. Human meat's better now. And it's like, what? Have humans' meat changed that much over however many years this was? I'm guessing here is human, so I guess it could have been from this paragraph to the later paragraph a lot of time. But yeah, I don't know. Granted, I don't know a lot about meat. So maybe there are, like, I guess you do have, like, Wagyu, which is made from, like, massaged cows, which changes how the meat tastes. And so maybe you can make someone gamey, you know, or not gamey based on, like, I don't know, what they eat or how they act or something like that. So maybe that is what you meant. But me not knowing much about meat, I'm like, humans then are the same as humans now. So what makes humans gamey then, but not now? There is also a little bit of awkwardness too. You were all so gamey in those days. You were the first creatures to speak in a language I understood. That but makes it seem like these two sentences are related, and I don't know how they are, because it seems like, you were so gamey. but I had to eat you because you were the first creatures who spoke in a language I understood. And it's like, I feel like that's a reason not to eat us, you know? So I feel like just going, you were so gamey in those days. You were the first creatures to speak in a language I understood. I think that would work better. I would still be wondering, why'd you eat us then? But I think that it wouldn't have the issue of seeming like they're meant to be connected when they're not. I'm also wondering why the tide pools specifically. It's not that big a deal, but it is definitely a question I had of why they're being mentioned. But I do really like the image of, or the phrasing of, one moon to the next, listening to humans talk about their quaint little lives and their quaint wooden nests. I really like describing houses as wooden nests. I can totally, again, that's very much in this non-human perspective. Really like the way that's described. And I especially like how you bring it back here as well. Very cool. And I also like how you mentioned the goddess of lover's glow. This is a really cool way to do like a world building thing. It can be very difficult to slip in like a world building thing like that. Like, I have a goddess called the goddess of lover's glow. But it feels so natural. It works really well that it's like, that is what this story is going to be about. It's going to be about the glow that lovers have. And so I think and then like, hearing about this goddess of that glow is what propels him on this journey. I think is really cool. And I don't know, just
hi, kitty.
Just as this really cool bow on the situation, because you could just have it be that he's like, I go around and I see the humans in their nests and there's like, they shine this light when, but I don't know how to get to that light. That would totally work. But I like that you add this new element of like, I heard about this goddess of lover's glow and she's in every human hearth and I don't know what love is and I don't know what a goddess is, but I'm curious about this. And that, brings him to the journey. I think is really neat. And I do like this as well. Like this is probably one of my favorite lines, that just something about the flow of it, the meaning of it. I really like it. And then I also like that it goes next to, in the end, I never found her. That feels like another layer to this situation, too, where it's like, he can't find these non-physical things, that he can't find love, and he can't find a goddess, that he can't find faith, belief, religion. I think that's really cool. And I love that it goes to like, I didn't find this goddess. I didn't find a person going to people's homes, but I did see this light that they mentioned. And I love that you don't just go to the lover's glow, but it's like any kind of relationship, and not just that, and not just even humans, but also like animals too. The specificity of the, oh, hold on. The specificity of the list here, that it's like, because you could have just said like a family curled up at a fireplace, but I love that it's the specificity of like a quilt over 6 people, that these people are trying to make this one quilt. Like, they presumably don't have a lot of money, but they're all huddled under this quilt, or they just love each other and are just, wanting to huddle up together. And then, the sheepdogs out in the flocks, like, it's really cool, like, really evocative, and I love that so much. And then I like this as well, that it's like, I'm trying to find that light. I cut apart the village to find out where the light was, but the light faded before it reached my stomach. Like I said, I just love that idea of like somebody who doesn't know about these more metaphysical, spiritual things. He's trying to find it and doesn't realize that if you try to get to it physically, that will destroy it. Really like deep and beautiful like idea and imagery there that I like a lot. And something that's really interesting that's about like both, well, you kind of ask it in your questions, so let's go to your questions. Okay, so you were saying that that you were like, I'm going to pre-criticize myself. I know what you're going to say. The title doesn't have very much to do with the text. I know I didn't get to keep it in there. Here's the thing for me personally. Like, and granted, like, I did read your note pretty quickly after I read the story, so maybe that influences me. But I really like the title, and I think it works, even if you don't have the Fireflies image inside the story, because even though I don't know, like, I didn't know before I read your note that Fireflies light up to warn that they're bitter to predators, it's still, like, humans taste, okay, we got a story about eating people, better than Fireflies. It's about light. It's about eating something that produces light. And so that feels like a perfect title for this story. Even if you don't use the Fireflies image, you are talking about, like, eating something that gives off light and eating people, and those things do work, even if we don't get all the intricacies of the idea. It is cool. It is even more cool knowing the intricacies of that idea. But I don't think it's necessary to have him specifically allude to it for it to work as a title. And yes, you make an amazing point here that the title does a good job of cluing the reader into what sort of story to expect. I feel like I should, you know what, maybe I'll write it down. I just feel like that would be a great challenge. Challenge idea. Make your title warn what will happen in the story. Make your title your content warning. I guess as I'm typing that, I'll still type it out and pin it, but I don't know if I can use that because then it'll make everybody want to do stories that are super dark and require content warnings, which was a problem last time that happened. That is an amazing way to do a content warning without like having to explicitly do a content warning. And so I do feel like it's not going to work for every story, especially if like the dark thing is supposed to be a twist. But having it be like, hey, here's your title, kind of warning you what you're gonna get with this story. I think that is an amazing feature of this title. And like I think I've talked about before how, to me, like titles, it's totally fine if you have a title that doesn't really add to the story. But when you have a title that adds something, that adds information that isn't necessary to understand, but is like makes the story richer because you added that information in the title. Like those are my favorite kinds of titles. And this is kind of in its own category where it's not exactly that, like it's not exactly new information, but it is like information that's telling you, you know, what to expect going forward, which I think is very cool. Story is told from the point of view of the demon Yang. I tried to make him feel both lonely and monstrous. Do you think I succeeded? Yes, absolutely. Definitely reads like he is, like, you can definitely see his monstrosity, especially with him eating that whole village of people, but you can also see his reasons for doing it. That his reasons are, like, I like this warmth. I want this warmth. Why don't I have this? How do I get this light? You know? So I think you did a great job with that. My interpretation of the prompt in this story is supposed to be that Yang sees humans as being like lamps full of some ethereal light he can see, but neither touch nor carry. Did that come across? Yes, absolutely. I think you did a fantastic job with that. Loved your prompt use. Was any part of the story like too much for anyone, blood or violence wise? So I don't think so. And this week brought up something very interesting to me because my challenge for this week was to make things hopeful in the end. That this is a prompt about the lamps going out. And so you could easily have it be everything's hopeless, everything sucks, everybody dies. And like as I was saying in the challenge section, like that's going to be pretty hard for me to take. And so I was like, please give me a little something at the end. And I don't know, like, how many of you were intending to do the challenge, but I think some of you did like a little bit of a twist on the challenge, whether intentionally or not, which is that if there's a reason for the horror, then it makes it a bit less horrific, if that makes sense. That, like, it's still horror, it still sucks, it's still terrible things. But, like, when I got here, I was like, ugh, like, I know he's about to eat people, and, like, oh, I don't like this. That it's like, this is so... Like, I felt tears starting to well in my eyes as I read this, because I was like, this image is so beautiful and so well done, and you're about to tell me that he ate all these people, and that's horrifying. But the fact that you said he's trying to find where the light is hidden, like... it changes how that reads. Like, yes, it is still horrifying that he's eating these people, but he's doing it for ultimately good reasons. That he's like, I want to be loved. I want to know what love is. And he just is like, he's kind of like an animal lashing out, and like, maybe lashing out isn't the right word, but he just doesn't know. Like, or maybe a child would be a better word of, like, he doesn't know, like, what he's doing is bad. He doesn't understand that, like, I want to say, like, he's like a child who doesn't understand he said a bad word. This is way worse than that. I guess it would be maybe more like a child knocking over a vase that was, like, really important to the family and hundreds of years old. And it's like, they didn't know, or maybe, as I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking of, like, deeper images every time, but I guess it would be something like, you have a vase, and the vase is really important to the family, and it's been in the family for hundreds of years, and on the vase are these drawings of horses, and the kid sees it and is like, if I knock over the vase, it'll let the horsies out, and I want to play with the horsies. And so he knocks over the vase and smashes it, and the horsey is smashed. And so he's like, but where the horsey? And, like, he didn't know. He's just a dumb little kid who doesn't understand what's going on, and didn't know that this was this valuable vase that he just broke, and that it completely, that is not how to get the horsey out, and you can't get the horsey out. It's that kind of thing where, like, it's a very different thing if he's like, I know that, like, they are good and beautiful and I want them dead. Or, like, wow, look, so beautiful. Yummy. You know, that's totally different from, like, I have this good goal, I want that light, and not knowing how to get it, you know, how to get that light out. And so that is what makes it so it's not too much for me. Like, that reason for doing this helps a lot. And it's the same thing with MasaCurs as well, that, like, if that line of, like, you killed my pa wasn't there and he just killed him, like, for no reason, I would have been beyond horrified. I would have been like, excuse me? Like, what's going on here? And so, yeah, so I think that's just a really interesting thing, how, like, yeah, we do have a lot of quite dark stories, but part of the reason I was able to handle them and it wasn't too much for me is because a lot of them had really interesting or good reasons. Or, like, in the case of Arith's story, like, he probably didn't really know what he was doing. Like, there's, I mean, we talked about how there's different options, but, you know, I kind of lean towards he wasn't in control of himself, you know, and so those reasons help a lot. And then, oh, and I guess that's another interesting thing, that, like, blood or violence, not an issue. Like, even if you didn't have that reasoning, the blood or violence wouldn't have been a problem. It's, well, I guess maybe the violence, depending on how you define violence. It's the fact that you did such a good job of describing the beauty, and that beauty is about to be destroyed. It's that for me could have been too much. It's how well you describe that. It's more of the emotional impact of it there than anything about the blood or the violence. So for 5, if you weren't already aware, this is basically a prequel to the other story I've submitted from the Beautiful Beast saga. If you've read both, you'll notice that the first story was written from Hero's perspective, and this one was written from Yang's. If/when I write future installments, would you prefer to read about Yang's or Hero's perspective? I'm honestly interested in both for different reasons. Like, they both are very much, like, kind of interesting, like, angsty characters and relationship that I like. Like, one is, like, I'm in love with the person who killed my family. This is a complicated situation, and I'm a fan of that perspective. And the other one is, like, I killed his family, and I was kind of horrible. But also, this guy's pretty great, and I love him, you know? And I like that, too. So, I really like, I would like, I guess my answer is I would like a variety of being in both their heads, because I find them both interesting. Oh, Hero is not in love. Wait, what? Okay, that might throw a wrench into things. But yeah, let's see what folks have been saying. Okay, Pokemon isn't against using memes, so it may indeed be. Chonk, gotcha. I've just come back from consuming the compact cabbages. That's how I want to refer to Brussels sprouts all the time now. Shall we have the compact cabbages? It's Chekhov's gun, only it's a spear, yes! Totally. How to use the spear, we could have put it front and center. Hellenic says, I guess it's because the story is supposed to be a monologue that Yang is delivering to Hero, but since Hero isn't represented until the ending, it's not obvious that Yang is responding to a specific character's question. Interesting. Okay, so that's why it starts with this. Okay. I guess if you just did it more, if you had it be so like, okay, Hero's like, where'd you get your spear? Where'd I get my spear? Simple. It grew out of my hand. Well, that sounds improbable. Well, what do I care if it sounds improbable? And then, I don't know exactly what the question would be here, but if you don't have to do it with, like, every paragraph, but you did more paragraph of, like, I don't know, like, how'd you learn how to see? It was from this. Like, that's not great. But stuff like that. Just keep doing, okay, when did you first hear about the goddess of love? And had this be, well, I was going to say, I first heard of the goddess of love, but that's not going to sound like it's answering a question. But yeah, if the whole story you had more of these things where it's like, sounds like he's talking to someone, I think it would make it more clear that he's talking to someone. And then if you just said you here instead of my hero, then I think that would work a bit better. And make us go, okay, like he's talking to someone specific, be that the reader or another specific you. Yeah, no, Young's not, you're addressing the reader. I'm not that cringe. Now, the tense is quite deliberate. Hero is being held against his will. Oh, Yang believes he can make Hero fall in love with him. Oh, interesting. Okay. In that case, then, maybe I still have some of my original critique, because then the question still is, because he says, like, I didn't know what love was. And, like I said, it does work better if it's clear, if it's clear this is the past he's talking about, and it's actually him talking, and B, he's genuinely talking to a person. So that could help this line maybe read like, I didn't know what it was at the time, but I do now. But even so, like, the whole point is, I don't know what love is. And so then to say, I know what love is. You're going to fall in love with me. It seems very odd. Like I said, it seems like, I don't know what that's about. It seems like, saying the whole story is about, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. And then the last line is, of course I know what this is. And so I don't know exactly how you could do it, but I think if you just said, soon enough, you'll show me that light, then I think that could work better. That's probably what The Beautiful Beast is about. Looking back, I can see how the story, as written, Yang is also proud and arrogant and thinks he's more knowledgeable than he really is. Interesting. Okay, so was that true in the other story too? I was a bit confused by the end of the other story, but I think I'm even more confused now, knowing that Hero's being held against his will. Yeah, like Mako said, that still feels like he has an idea of what it is. How the story was written might not reflect that. Hello, I'm a modern Southern man. Amazing. He's saying that the blood of demons look like molten metal, and when he saw the stars, they reminded him of the brightness of demons' blood. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. We've been marinating better in modern times. Yeah, I think this works as is because it's very in his head. All he knows is demon blood, and demon blood is metallic. And so I do think that works. But you could also say unending rivers of demon blood to remind us it means the metallic kind, not the kind we would think of. The idea was to convey you weren't worth eating, but you were worth spending time around. Okay. Wait, but he was away from home, so he didn't even have the option to eat him. I think saying, like, I would have eaten you too, but you didn't look tasty enough, or you looked too gamey, or something like that, I think would have, I don't know exactly how to phrase it, but I think something about, like, I decided not to eat you. I could have, would work better than saying he was away from home. I'm a connoisseur of the various flavors of love. Mako says, wait, no, they don't. It's to find mates. My toads loved fireflies. That's kind of, that's kind of what I was thinking too. I've always heard that they light up to, find mates, but it could be both. John dies at the end. Yep, I haven't read that, but that is definitely an example of that. But yeah, total bait and switch. I was assuming that indeed there's something different going on. Yeah, exactly. Yang is your cat murdering your pet budgie. Was that yours? Totally. And so the relationship is not consensual. Yang is forcing Hera to do this. Eventually, Yang will learn what love is, but he'll let Hiroshi go. The rest of the story is about Hera trying to reintegrate into society after what he's been through. Wow, so much more dark and sinister than I thought. Still interesting, but definitely going to be a much scarier... I was going to say spookier, but it's more like it's too realistic in a way. Fae stuff? What do you mean Fae stuff? Yang knows how to read and has read a lot of trashy romance books. I feel like, I'm not sure how exactly to do that, but I feel like you need a line of something like, you know, I don't know. So, two thoughts. My one thought is I feel like you need a line of, you know, books showed me what love is, or something like that. But I also feel like the critique of him knowing what love is at the end really undermines the piece, because the piece is so beautiful about, you know, yeah, it's about this person who doesn't know what love is and they're trying to get it by eating people, and this is not the way, you know, and like that's really cool. And so then just going like, yeah, read some trashy romance novels, I'm good now, like really undermines that part of the story, that beauty within the story. And so it feels like that's better left for a different story. Let's see. Gamey refers to a funkin' taste. Usually you want a minimal gaminess. Also, human meat would taste different as our diet has changed. You are what you eat is very literal. Interesting. Wow, Norman, a really effed up idea. The entire reason so much fatty, salty, sugary food is being pushed these days is to fatten us up for future consuming. That reminds me of Promised Neverland. Fast food corporations of the world are preparing us to be feasted on by our alien overlords. Yeah. Alright, so this is a great story. Hellenic, I very much enjoyed it. But it's time to go to the midstream question. So, and this is quite a simple one. And I wanted to tell you why I was asking this question. I'm trying to think. I'm real tired, so I'm like wanting to go for my snack and explain myself when I've gotten a boost. But I guess I'll quite simply say that it's been a while since I watched anime. Like Moriarty the Patriot was the latest anime I watched. And so I started watching a new one that was recommended as a really good one that like breaks the mold and stuff like that. And I started watching it and I'm like, this is fun. It's not bad. But I feel like I'd enjoy it so much more if this was not in high school. And the weird thing is, I feel like I've watched high school stuff, like, since I've been out of high school, and I've enjoyed it. And so I don't know if that's this specific anime, that's something about how it is done I feel like would work better outside of high school. But it just made me think that it's like, you know, is this a thing of like, I'm far enough away from high school now that I have a very different perspective on it that's, you know, less, I relate to it less and I like it less. And so I'm just kind of curious, you know, how have your tastes changed over time? And, you know, is this good or bad to you? Like, is this neutral to you? Why have they changed would be a good thing to add here. But yes, so it is time for my break. I will see y'all, that was loud, in a little bit. That's a pretty one. I like that song.
Hello, I'm back. I have Kitty.
Oh, I don't know if you can see her behind my hair.
There is Kitty. There's also another kitty that I can show you in a second. Kitty. There's other kitty. There's other kitty. There he is. Oh, he looking. He looking. Cutie pie.
Alrighty. Hellenic says, I was into very angsty sci-fi and fantasy books as a teenager, and I read a lot more shonen manga. Getting older, life slowed down, and I discovered the slice of life genre, which eclipsed my interest in shonen. After a few bad relationships, I was kind of soured on the romance genre and started looking for and writing anti-romance stories. These stories where either the romance is thwarted or the romance turns into something else, such as a friendship by the end. That's fascinating.
Oh, you getting up, kitty? Don't go.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to hear that your real life relationships have kind of ruined the romance genre for you. But at the same time, I do feel like using your own like real life turmoil and stuff to break out of the mold and write interesting stories is a good place. Is a good place to put your own personal angst. I think that's really, really interesting. And so I think you can, I don't know, I think you can make good stories out of your pain. And that is a really good point about the angst, because I wasn't thinking of that when I asked the question, but I still absolutely love angst. Don't get me wrong. But definitely when I was younger, I think I've told you guys before that I could write an internal monologue that's like angst that would go on for like 10 pages. And now, not so much. And granted, maybe that's less because I dislike the genre and more because I've just become a better writer and know how to balance things better. But I do think there's an element of like, I still love angst. I still write angst all the time, but I don't think I'm like as in love with it as I used to be. I do think that I don't know for sure. I'd have to go back and ask my past self. But I don't think I had anything against happy stories in the past. But it is possible I'd be like, too happy and cheerful. I want something with some meat and some angst to it. And now I'm like, happy stories, please. So that's a good point. And I feel like I'm the opposite of you with manga. Like, granted, I have loved manga for a while, but I think at this point in my life, I'm discovering how much I love it, because I honestly struggle. I'm the opposite of most people in the sense that most people are like I don't have the time and energy to sit down and read a manga, but I'm totally okay to watch an anime. And I'm kind of the opposite, where I'm like I could do better things with my time than like sit down and watch an anime. Oh, but like I can read a chapter of a manga, no problem. And they probably take the same amount of time for both people groups. But there's something about it that it's just like and I'm realizing, like, I kind of said this, like, after I finished Moriarty the Patriot, that it's kind of funny, because, like, Pandora Hearts was kind of, like, I don't remember for sure if it was the first manga that I read, like, to its entirety. It might have been, but, like, that's my favorite series ever. And, like, I'm slowly, discovering that it's, like, that still may be your favorite series ever. But other manga are also of that caliber, you know? But manga is just good. It is just your thing. That it is just, these are for you, Kaylee. This is your style. These are the kinds of stories you like. And I don't know what it is about manga specifically that they, like, at least the ones that I've found, they tell the kinds of stories that I like in ways that I like. Let's see. Mega says, good question. I've been thinking, and I don't think it really has. If anything, I've come to appreciate the things that are cheerful more and things that are edgy less. I still like edgy stuff, but it can't be generic edge, you know? It has to have a reason or purpose. in general, I just feel like I appreciate more things than different things. Oh, that's cool. I like that answer. Honestly, not really. Sorry for the lame answer, but it's the true one. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fine. Arith says, some of my tastes have largely remained the same, like my enjoyment of the horror genre. I've gained interest in the Marvel superhero universe, mostly due to exposure, due to friends urging to watch such material in movies. I used to have a lot of interest in vampire literature, and while I enjoy the genre generally, my interest in vampires has faded over time, so that's the general direction I've gone. Interesting. And that is a good point of, like, a friend can definitely sometimes bring you into something you didn't think you'd like. Foggy says, my flavor of story has changed a bit over time. I still like slice of life and good romance comedy every now and again. Same for westerns and action-oriented stories. Now I find myself loving mysteries more and more. Stories that unravel as time passes and pages turn. Nice. Very, very cool. I also love the, Kaylee, that's not the question answer to the sugar water thing. How my tastes changed? Glad you asked. I now consume pure table sugar. That gif is horrifying. Masa says, gonna sound weird, but my affinity for slice of life anime has grown massively about 8 years ago, right before we started Genre Break. I don't even know why, but it definitely influenced the direction Genre Break went in. Interesting. Wolf says, my tastes have not changed too much. If anything, I'd say my taste has broadened due to consuming a lot of different media. Podcasts, foreign films, opera, musicals, to name a few. I still enough for the same Raimi Spider-Man movies, but I doubt younger me would enjoy some of my favorite media. I think as you get older, you either stick to a lane and want a more refined version of the same, you pivot into a different lane, or you broaden your horizons. Anyway, gonna go back to pining for more Archive 81 podcast episodes. Because I need more found footage occult tape weirdness. Nice. That's a great point. That, of course, right as I mentioned Pandora Hearts, that I can actually use a Pandora Hearts reference. That, let's see how I can explain this concisely. But in that series, one of the characters is in a different dimension for 10 years, and he comes back out, and his best friend, who is the same age as him, is now 10 years older than him. And his best friend is, like, kind of ashamed about it, and is like, I don't, how can I show my face around him and all, and that kind of thing. And the main character is like, you know, what about you is different now? I can see that you've gained things, but you haven't lost anything that makes you who you are. And I've always really loved that line. And, like, that Wolf's answer there very much feels like that kind of thing of, like, as you grow older, in a lot of ways, your tastes, you can gain things in your taste. You can like more things. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to lose who you used to be or what you used to like. And so I think that's really cool. I like that. And I'd say that I find that's true for me as well. Like, one of the things I wanted to say for my answer to this question is that I used to, like, not like realistic fiction. And, like, I don't know if I'd go so far as to be like, oh, like, I hate this, like, brother, ew, you know, but it was more of this idea of, like, I like fiction because I want to get away from my real life, and so I don't want to read about realistic things. I don't want to read real life stories. And as I've grown older, and yeah, like, it definitely is in no small part because I have grown to like my real life more and more, but I have grown to appreciate realistic fiction and find a lot of value in it. And it certainly is still not my favorite, and, well, I'll talk about that in a second, but it's still not my favorite, and generally I'm going to seek out, like, fantasy, sci-fi, more the fantastical stuff. but I see its value now, and it's probably also because I do this for a living, and like we all like fantasy, and so the fun thing is that it gives me an appreciation for realistic fiction because not a lot of us write about it, and so when people do, I'm like, well, this is unique. That stands out. That's interesting. And so it gives me an appreciation from the get-go of like, oh, this isn't what I'm used to. I'm setting up a little bit. And so that's kind of a fun thing as well. But all that being said, like I was going to say about that anime that I told you I started watching, that could be part of it too, that it's realistic. There's nothing fantastical about it as far as I can tell. And that could be part of why I'm maybe not as interested in it as I could be. Oh, there's an ad break. I can show you the cat.
There's the bow. There's the bow, kitty. Yes, you are. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, kitty.
Do you guys mind if I'm just like silently petting the cat while the ad break goes, or do you want me to like keep talking during the ad while I show you the cat? You're cute. Pretty kitty needs loving, yes. All right, we're back. I was just gonna say that, like, the fact that this anime that I started that is a high school thing and a more realistic thing, like, I was going, have I grown to maybe dislike the high school genre? Is it just this particular anime? Have I grown to maybe dislike the high school genre? Another thing is that it could just be an indication of maybe I'm still not a huge fan of realistic fiction. And so if there were aliens we had to fight, maybe I'd be more on board. I don't know, but I'm curious. I do still, all that being said, I do still like the anime, and the relationship is in it and intend to continue. But I just found it really interesting because I rarely have that experience where I start something and I'm like, I want this to be a different genre. Like, I want this to not be in high school. I want this to be in real life, you know? And, like, I don't know if part of it is because it's a romance, and I'm like, high school romances, sure, sometimes people marry their high school sweethearts, but plenty don't. And so I'm just like, is this gonna go anywhere? Like, we're going on this whole journey about, like, falling in love. And, you know, it's the, like, but daddy, I love him! You're 16, Ariel. Or I don't even know if she's 16. She might be 14. It's like, you're 16, Ariel. You don't know what you want. Kind of thing. So, yeah, maybe I need to go find another realistic high school romance anime after I watch this one and see if I have the same reaction. If I'm like, yep, still not for me. Or if it's this one in particular. Or, as I'm talking, I feel like there's another high school romance anime that I watched in the past that I was like, this is fun, but it's not going to be my favorite. So maybe it actually is evidence my tastes haven't changed. Maybe high school me also wouldn't have been the biggest fan of the setting. That's funny. Pets for Kitty are an excellent downtime activity. I'm glad to hear that. Toradora is the one I watched in high school where I was like, this is fun, this is cute, but it's not my favorite anime. I'm not gonna rave about it like most people do. So that was the one I watched in high school, not the one I'm watching now. Let's see here. What? Wolf says, I pre-ordered my first manga recently. You are anime boy. Like, when I was introduced to this group, I remember, like, Benji read one of your stories and kind of had a comment like that. I was like, I can see the anime manga influence. great if that's your thing, but like it's a lot. And so I was like, aha, he is our resident anime boy. And so I think you have always been resident anime boy. How is this the first time you're ever reading any manga? But yeah, I've already taken too much time, so I don't want to spend extra reading the premise, but fun times. But anyways, so thank you all so much for answering my questions. Let us wait. Does Hellenic have another question? Another answer? Interesting. I also found that when I was younger, I really denigrated shonen AI as being just toothless yaoi. After reading about the background of culture that went into it, I've gained a new appreciation for shonen AI and the stories it offers. Oh, it may be shonen ai. You mean shonen love, don't you? But yeah, that's interesting. And that definitely is a thing that can happen where it's like, oh, like I'm against this whole thing, and then you look into the background and you're like, you know what? Actually, I can have some appreciation because I know where this came from. That's a really good point for sure. Ironically, the only manga I own is Azumanga Deo Shrugs. I don't know that one. So this isn't the first manga you're reading then? Okay. Oh no, that's Arith. That I got confused because of the colors. That's Arith. I've exclusively watched anime. I had no interest in manga until recently. That's wild. I mean, maybe the dichotomy is stronger than I thought. But I generally think of people who, like, if you're really into anime, you'll tend to like both. You know, same with manga. Like, if you're really into manga, you'll like both. But I guess, like, I was just talking about how there are people who are like, oh, love anime, don't have time for manga. Love manga, don't have time for anime. So maybe that dichotomy is true across the, like, whole anime manga world, where it's not anime/manga. You pick a lane. It's either you love anime or you love manga. And you kind of indulge in the other one a bit.
Meow, do you agree? Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, Bella. You're so cute. Oh, I don't know. Just that asked if I'm going to use the monthly unlock. I'm quite tired. We're quite late. And so usually I would. We'll see when I get there, but I may just want to go to dinner. That's how you can tell I'm tired. I was about to say lunch. All right. Mako says, odd concept. I've always been a reader and a watcher. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess, I mean, I kind of talked about it, but I started out as, like, mostly just a watcher, and then I read Pandora Hearts, and that gave me more appreciation for manga, but I didn't really seek out a lot of it. But I, like, read some. But now that I'm seeking it out more, I'm like, I love this. This is amazing. But anywho, let us go on to Reinkarnitor's story. An efficient scare tactic by Reinkarnitor. There are many things in this world. Terrible things. Things no normal human could ever imagine. But X was not a normal human. Well, he was a normal human. But he had seen his fair share of supernatural monstrosities, ghouls and ghosts. The lamps in his office flickered before they went out. X looked around. When he opened his detective agency in this house, he made sure nothing could pass the walls. Did he mess up? He sighed and got up from his chair. The fireplace got extinguished. Without its crackling, the wind outside was the only thing to be heard, howling against the house front. The detective knew that he would have to take each step with caution, as he had no idea what may have entered the building. The young man walked out of his office into the reception room, looking out of the big glass front. Fog was crawling over the street. The trees on the other side of the road were still visible. until the street lanterns went out. X ignited a match to light himself a candle, but it went out immediately. His eyes darted around the dark, empty room. A touch on his shoulder made him spin around in an instant, narrowing his eyes to see whatever he may be dealing with. He adjusted his sights to the dark and saw something floating before him. White dress with long raven black hair. Boo! X shook his head. Emma, why do you always try to scare me? Why do you never get scared? His girlfriend responded with a pout. She then snapped her fingers and all the lights went on again. And here I thought I did a good job this time. X couldn't help but chuckle. How could I ever be scared of you? Her expression softened a bit. I'll get you next time, my beloved, she announced with a small smile. X responded with a warm smile himself. You're welcome to try, my dearest. Any time. Super cute! I realized I missed one. Let's quick do that.
Oh, kitty, what you doing? Oh, kitty. Oh, kitty.
Okay. Well, if I also don't usually use anime influences in my stories that often. Yeah, I don't think you do it really. What did she do? I don't think you do it much anymore. I remember seeing it in the story that Benji talked about, but I don't know, because you do use, like, Japanese concepts, not necessarily anime concepts, but, like, you do write lots of stories about, like, yokai and stuff like that. Massa says, I will read and watch potential for anime. Oh, yeah, well, so there's a lot of things that are just Japanese that get interpreted as anime-inspired because that's the only place they've encountered the concept / trope. That's fair. That's totally fair. Alrighty, room. Let me check if Reinkarnitor had any questions that I missed. Nope, no questions. While I'm here, I should check. None from Massa. None from Lilladyeva. None from Mako. And none from Arith. Okay. Alrighty, room. So yes, we have murder, black hole, murder, and pure cuteness. So this is a lot of fun. I've said before that your stories are often a cute little breather, and this one certainly was that. I very much enjoyed its cuteness in the midst of all the murder. The murder stories were great too, but it's just fun to have something totally different and totally fun and positive. So yeah, love their relationship. This is one I'm not gonna have a lot to say about because mostly I'm just like, it's cute, I love it, you know. But I'll try my best. So starting with the title feels like it doesn't quite work because in the end it wasn't efficient. In the end it didn't actually work and it seemed like she spent a lot of effort on it and didn't get much back. So I'm not quite sure why that's the title. I don't know why I'm doing this symbol a lot today. The beginning is cute. I do feel like this part here with it's funny, I've talked to a couple people about this story. And one person knows your universe and was like, he's not a normal human. Like, he's a familiar to, I don't know, like a goddess type creature. And I just realized I don't know where my water is. He's a familiar to, like, this goddess, so that makes him not normal. And then the other person I talked to was like, well, you can still be a normal human and, like, have met monstrosities and stuff. So he is a normal human. So it seems like that he's not a normal human. Well, he is a normal human. It does provide some questions. So maybe that would be better left off, but for me personally, I kind of liked it. I think it's cute. Let me go get my water.
Okay, I can let you out. Yay, both stayed.
So I like the intro. I think it's fun. So I had some questions about the detective agency because it says detective agency in this house. So that sounds like it's either his house or he bought a house to make a detective agency in. And so I was like, okay, so not an office building. And then later it says, where is it? The reception room. And granted, like, yeah, if you do, like, buy a house to turn it into an office, then there could be a reception room. But if this is his house, that seems odd, and this very much seems more like an office building. And then, like, it's on the street, too, and, like, well, I don't know, because you have a street by your house. I was imagining, yeah, like, a street by an office building, but that one works, for just being a neighborhood street. But anyway, so, little confusion on, is this an office or is this a house? And then a question here was, so he made sure that nothing could pass the walls. Now, he might not have known Emma when he made the detective agency, which makes that make sense. But it feels like if they're girlfriends now, and if they're boyfriend-girlfriend now, and, like, wouldn't he want her to be able to go through the walls and get into the house? So why doesn't he take away that protection there for his girlfriend to his ghostly girlfriend to get in? His ghostly goddess girlfriend. I will say, she definitely, the last couple stories I've read with these two, she has read as a ghost to me. Because I haven't actually seen the stories where she's, like, explained as a goddess or something, so curious about that. There's a little bit of awkwardness in the phrasing of got extinguished. I think the fireplace went out, or, I don't know, like something snuffed out the fireplace, or a wind snuffed out the fire, or something like that. I think would sound a bit more natural. But these are all nitpicky things. Like, I think it all works. Like, yeah, we just have, like, the lamps, they flicker and then go out. It's spooky. And then he's like, I know there's spooky things out there, but I made sure to protect my office from that. I'm wondering if something's wrong, you know? And then I do really like the image of, like, when the fireplace isn't crackling, you can hear the wind howling. That's nice and spooky. I like that. And then I really like the image of the fog. I think that's great. And then, like, you can see the other side of the road until the lamps go out. Excuse me. I think that's great. And this is a very cute use of the prompt that we have the ghost girlfriend is putting out the lights to try to scare her boyfriend. Super cute. I like that.
Yeah, you can come be with me. Okay.
This match going out, also nice and spooky. This is something I changed because the phrasing was it may be he was, which is a bit awkward, and I just read it better as if it was just he may be. This is rather nitpicky, but the phrasing of he adjusts his sight is a little odd because it makes it sound like he has the ability to adjust his sight at will, which isn't a normal human thing. And so I think you just meant his eyes adjusted to the dark, but the intention in there makes it a little bit odd, but that's nitpicky. And then, I like this image of, like, we have a long white dress and the raven black hair, get very ghostly. I do like that. Though at the same time, there are a couple things about the description that are a little odd. Something floating before him. I know that's kind of for the reader, that it's like, oh, something's here. But he can see her now. Like, he knows that it's Emma. He knows it's a person. And so it feels like he would say someone floating before him. And I don't know if this something applies to the white dress, but it does feel like something's missing there. Like, something floating before him, a white dress at the very least. Or it had, like... Yeah, I feel like saying someone floating before him. She wore a white dress and had long raven black hair. I think that would sound more natural. But I do like the image. I do really love the back and forth of, why do you always try to scare me? Why do you never get scared? Super cute. I like that. And then she's just snapping and everything goes back and she's like, aw, thought I did a good job. Cute. How could I ever be scared of you? Also cute. I'll get you next time. You're welcome to try. I especially love you're welcome to try, my dearest, anytime. So cute. Adorable. I love that back and forth. Wonderful. This last bit did have some paragraphing issues, so I'll show you what it used to be.
Oh, do I hear Belle? Hello, Belle. Yes. Hello. Hello.
So, this is a thing where, how do I describe this? So sometimes actions on their own are basically, this person does this thing. Next person responds with dialogue. This person does this thing but doesn't say anything. This person responds with dialogue. And that happened here where, so it's like, okay, why do you never get scared? Like, she's doing things. And then she does something. And it's like, okay, not too bad. Not too big a deal that this is its own paragraph. That could be. But then it makes this read as X. It's like, okay, she spoke. She did something. It's his turn now. And so this one especially needs to be in the same paragraph. And then because this is still her doing stuff and it's like kind of in the middle of two pieces of dialogue, it can just be in the middle of the two pieces of dialogue. If there were a lot of things that she was doing that were unrelated to anything she was saying, then yes, I would make that its own paragraph. But because it's just like, oh, like, we're talking about the same thing, we're kind of doing the same thing, it all works as one paragraph. And then, like, basically, like, even though this isn't a dialogue tag in the sense of X said, it's still a dialogue tag. It's just an action tag. It's X shook his head. Emma, why do you always try to scare me? That reads very differently from Emma, why do you try to scare me? You know, there's like a beat between the two. And maybe that was your intention. But because, like, he's doing something that isn't unrelated to the dialogue, then they should be in the same paragraph. And then same thing for most of these, that it's like, you know, it's not... How could I ever be scared of you? It's more likely it's, how could I ever be scared of you? Or like, you know, I'll get you next time. Not, I'll get you next time, you know. And then same thing here. It's gonna be like, you're welcome to try, my dearest. Not, you're welcome to try, my dearest. You know, they're connected to each other. These are, like I said, the action tags are very actually quite similar to, because this one's a good example of, like, chuckling is doing something, like, not necessarily he said, you know, but you can actually use, oh, cat. You can use chuckle as a dialogue tag when someone chuckles the words. And so it's like, yeah, he's like chuckling and saying these things, and it's kind of together. It's the same flow. It's one person doing things, and then new paragraph is a different person saying things. I know these things can get confusing when it's like I said, when you can have things like this separated, or if there's more to this or it's more different, it can be separated. So I understand it can be confusing, but it was something that I like only realized in my final practice, well, not final, but my practice last night. And so I was like, yeah, I think that reads a lot better to just put them all together right next to each other. But, you know, pretty much all my critiques are very nitpicky. This story works super well. I think it's well written. It's super cute. I liked it a lot, and I'm very curious to read more about these guys. Let's see here. Foggy says, I like this one. Nice. It's intentionally ironic. Yeah, that's a great point, that we as the reader, knowing what the prompt is, are expecting something genuinely spooky. So when it's like cute couple shenanigans, it flips the tables in a fun way. He's still a human being. Being a familiar just says she uses his physical body to manifest her judgment power. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen the stories where he does that, so I can't really speak. But I could definitely see different views on that. Some people are like, no, he's still, in essence, human. He's just used as a vessel. That doesn't change him from being human. But I feel like others could say, well, like, if you're using judgmental power, you are more than human, you know. There's only one unnatural thing about him. He's a magnet for abnormal things, like supernatural things. He got it from his mother's side of the family, but it's nothing he can control or power, so he always thinks of himself as a normal human. Gotcha, that makes sense. Reinkarnitor says, to understand that, Agency X is in a small, narrow house in a London street. Basically, it is always described as being squeezed between two other houses. Room explanation: you enter, there's a small reception room with seating area at a huge glass front. There's an office in the back. Upstairs, he lives. The house wasn't really meant to be used for a business because it is so small, but he loved it and got it anyways. He would install a cooking area upstairs himself because he did not have that. Okay, so I see. So it's like a multi-story house where it's like shop on the bottom, living quarters upstairs. Gotcha. That makes sense. The house is protected for all kinds of specters, but Emma, being the guardian of London, has privileges, to say it easy. There's almost nothing that she cannot enter, but she needs a familiar to actively speak her ability judgment. Interesting. Do all, like, guardians, need a familiar to activate their judgment? Fun fact, when they first met, Emma for a long while only materialized under the lantern across the street, so foggy and rainy days watching him from afar. That's plenty spooky. that could be spooky. This is something basically just to keep up the spooky vibes for the reader. Maybe it was bad. Not sure which one you're referring to specifically, but I do think, like, I definitely, like, read it as spooky. Well, I think I read it as spooky the first time, and then I was like, oh, okay, it's Emma. It's possible that I recognized it was Emma early, but I do think, especially for those who don't know the universe, then I think it works really well to keep up those vibes until the end. And anybody who doesn't know the universe, feel free to weigh in on that. That is a good compliment to give, that it's like, this story works better for newcomers than people who know. Like, the spooky vibes are great for the newcomers. That can be a hard thing to accomplish when you write in a larger universe, and a great thing when you do. Tend to make a new paragraph while each new person talking. That probably is too spaced out there. Well, like you're saying, like, you usually do it this way, but you spaced it out more than usual this time. Gotcha. Sense. Yep, I'll do. But so far, I never thought of other guardians. But it makes sense that there are other cities. Yeah. Nice. This is super fun. Reinkarnitor. Greatly enjoyed it. Alright, I can't take it anymore. I need to turn on the light. I know it's gonna make me glow, but staring at the dark, stormy sky is too much. That could be a fun personal challenge if you're like, you write about another guardian for 1 week. Alrighty, let's go on to Spectre's story. And then the next story, there are 3 options for it. Either you guys unlock it while I read a critique Spectre's story, B, I unlock it with my monthly powers, or B, nobody unlocks it and I go eat dinner. We'll see what happens after I finish this one. Alright. Burning bright, mortal kin, Taya, thy Spectre. Taya opened her eyes to the night sky. It was a moonless night, and the stars shone brightly above. A fire flickered next to her. She rose, holding her pounding head. Easy, she heard Callion's voice. Don't strain yourself. What happened? Taya asked, drowsily massaging her temples. You passed out during training. Again. You really ought to pay more attention. I'm fine, Callion. She brushed him off, and trying to stand. Wincing, she fell back down. Something burned in her back. You are not, the healer replied. What were you trying to accomplish anyway? Does it matter? It does if you keep overexerting yourself. Callion lifted up her tunic and began checking the bandages around her back. I'd appreciate it if you didn't make my job more difficult by exposing yourself to unnecessary risk. For a moment, Taya didn't speak. She let Callion bandage her back and apply herbs to the various cuts all over her body. She just stared into the darkness beyond the fire. I'm just trying to be useful, she breathed. My father had a saying, Callion replied after a moment's pause. Imagine a candle, he'd say. A lit candle, burning brightly, its flame flickering in the dark. Imagine if it burned all the way through its wick within moments of being lit. Imagine if it burned all the air around it, all the oil, everything that gave it fuel immediately after being lit. It would burn brighter and hotter, yes. But what else? The flame would go out in an instant. Precisely. Whereas if the candle only burned the tip of its wick, and only some of its oil once lit, it would feed its fire much longer. It wouldn't be as bright, but it could lend light for much of the night. Much more than if it burned everything all at once. Taya could see where Callion was going. And if my flame isn't bright enough, she asked. If it goes out, Callion said, putting a hand on her shoulder, whose way are you lighting then? If you faint, who are you helping then? Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer to the story if you loved it. I don't know how well you can hear the rain. It died down a little bit, but there was a patch there where it was going down pretty hard. I think Spectre had some questions that I did not write down, so let's go find them. Oh, here we go, yep. Does the metaphor of the candle work thematically, or is it too on the nose? Does not describing what Taya did to burn herself out in detail help or hinder? They ran out of words and couldn't fit it in, but I'm worried its omission might make the story seem confusing. Any other general thoughts? These types of stories always make me a little insecure, so I'd appreciate any feedback you can give. Curious what he means by this type of story. This is very late for him, so I'm almost certain that he's not available to hang. Kitty, do you want out, Kitty?
You're so cute. Look at your big eyes.
I heard nothing of this rain. Gotcha. Perfect use of that gift. This is the prompt for that for sure. Alrighty, room. Well, I enjoyed the story. I thought it had a great message about that's very applicable to our real lives. Definitely has that transcendence of like a good story that applies to anyone who's burning themselves out or just overexerting themselves. So I'll come back to that one. That's funny. The setting is great. There is a critique I have for it, but it has to do with something later, so I'll come back to that. I think you're very good at dialogue, and I think that it works very well. That it's like, hey, you had a nasty fall there. Don't strain yourself. What happened? Yeah, you passed out again. You need to pay more attention. I'm curious. Knowing a little bit about this universe, I'm thinking that training means like they go out on missions and then they'll like train back at the base or the camp, and then they'll go out on another mission. But training could also mean like they've never had a real mission, and if they haven't had a real mission, then that it makes it require the explanation as to what she did to hurt herself and or burn herself out a little bit more. So I am curious how more people read it. And then I like the, I'm fine, you're not, does it matter? It does if you keep overexerting yourself. I think that's very natural, works really well. I feel like, so this is what I was referring to. This has similar vibes to like the whiskey materializing, but a little more awkward, because it's just like there was no. I mean, the only indication that we had that they're standing next to each other is that she brushes him off. But it's nothing here is saying like, oh hey, like she's here to be healed. She's here to get his help. A natural thing for him to do would be to lift up her tunic. It just reads as like, hey, I bandaged you up while you're asleep, now we're chatting. And so then all of a sudden to be like, we barely had a clue that he's next to her. And like, yeah, I guess part of it is because like she falls and then he doesn't help her or sit next to her or anything like that. He's just lifting up her tunic. And so I'm like, consent, Callian, ask for consent, So like it makes sense that he's the healer, and so he's just trying to heal, trying to help out. But the way that it's done, it's just like all of a sudden tunic lift, and it's like, I don't want a surprise tunic lift, uncomfy. And then for this one here, let's see. Oh no, it's not that one. It's this one that it says here. He began checking the bandages around her back, and then she let Callian bandage her back. I think it would work better to say, change her bandages so you're not repeating the same one. I don't know what that's from, but that's great. But anyways, it's the from the Critical Role thing, isn't it? That's great. But anyways, I am curious why there are cuts all over her body, because I just got the impression of like, she's injured in some way, and it seems more like she got this big injury on her back that she's training to fight and maneuvering and overexerting herself. And so then when it says she has cuts all over her body, I'm like, what's that about? So like, is that the injury that she got prior, or is that something she got in training? And if so, why is the training so bad that it's leaving cuts all over her body? That seems like a little too intense, like not just because of her, but because of what y'all are doing in training. So that was a question I had. I'll come back to these ones. First reaction is I do actually quite like I'm just trying to be useful, because I do feel like that's a very relatable thing that a lot of people experience, of feeling like they want to be useful but aren't as useful as they want to be. This is a bit nitpicky, but my father had a saying, imagine a candle. You know, this is more of like, this is a thing he'd say, but not a saying. You know, a saying would be more like, you know, the candle that burns brightest, you know, burns out quickest. You know, just like, end of story. But just saying, like, my father used to say, imagine a candle, you know. I think that would work better. I do really like the imagery. I do like the candle image, like I said, very transcendent, very relatable. I like that idea a lot of yeah, it can burn bright and beautiful and be gone in a moment, or it can burn less but last longer, and that's cool. That's neat. Do you think this feels like a lot? I realize that I think the thing that, more so than what I highlighted, that feels like a lot is all the air around it. I think you meant like, oh, just like in a radius around the candle. But all the air can mean all the air in the room, and it's like, that's a lot of air that the candle just took. So it ends up feeling like a lot. So I'm curious if this felt like a unnecessary detail or like a hyperbolic detail, or if you liked it, if it worked for you. I'm kind of torn. I feel like this is the only thing I have a real problem with. This is the kind of thing where it's like, you could just say, like, imagine if it burned all its resources, like, after being lit, or just burned through the wick. That might have been a little bit punchier, but at the same time, like, other than, is it all the air in the room? It does kind of add to the image as well of, like, it's burning the oil, it's burning the wax, it's burning, you know, all these different things. I guess they don't burn the wax, do they? They melt it, yeah. It would be nice to get her tone with this line, because it's unclear, especially because she says she could see where this is going here. I feel like knowing if she's like, curious, if she's like, okay, I see where you're going, or if she's like, go out in an instant, she's just matter of fact. Can't really tell how she's feeling about the conversation, and it feels a little odd that I don't get to hear what her tone is for that line, so that would be great to hear there. And then, yep, still like the image. So I feel like my biggest critique for the piece has to do with the... Oh, I hear Bo. I think my biggest critique has to do with the ending here, because, you know, and I guess part of it does, I wasn't thinking about this line, but I guess this could be part of it, that I don't know why she sees where it's going after the image is over. And it feels like she sees where it's going here. That could be part of it as well, but, here, can I move down a little? Yeah.
You're the cutie pie bowl.
So it seems odd that, like, you know, her response is, and if my flame isn't bright enough? Like, I get that she's saying, she's still, like, nervous about it, and is like, I want to help people. I want to be bright, and, like, I don't want to burn low and stuff like that. But it seems like this was very clearly answered in the image, that, you know, that he's like, hey, if the candle only burns the tip of the wick, yeah, it's not as bright, but that's better because it can burn for longer. And then she's like, but what if I'm not bright enough? And it's like, we just said you shouldn't be too bright. Like, being too bright is a problem. This is actually, that's not the problem, you know? And then he also kind of answers what he's already said of, like, yeah, like, the point is, if you burn too bright, then you're gonna burn out. And so it feels a bit repetitive at the end, even though I do like the rephrasing that's more personal. And the other thing that's a little awkward about the ending is that, like, what if my flame isn't bright enough? If it goes out, and it's like, not the question that was asked. I do think that saying, like, and if my flame isn't bright enough, a better question is, if it goes out. I think that would work quite well.
Oh, are you burnt?
No. So, going back to questions, does the metaphor of the candle work thematically, or is it too on the nose? It worked for me. I quite liked it. Like, it can be difficult to do metaphor interpretations, especially if it's a metaphor, like, not in the narration of the story, but inside the dialogue of the story. It can feel cheesy or, like, too much, but personally it worked really well for me, especially because you had the framing of, like, this is something my father used to say, and it very much works as an image for burnout. Like, yeah, you can use an image for something that literally burns for burnout. I think that it's effective. It makes sense. I could totally see someone's dad actually saying something like this. So worked very well to me. Does not describing what Taya did to burn herself out in detail help or hinder. I ran out of words and couldn't fit it in, but I'm worried its omission might make the story seem confusing. So what did you guys think in this regard? I'm especially curious your thoughts for this one. But for me, it worked. It was a question I had. Like, I did write it down where I was like, okay, why is she bandaged? Why does she want to feel useful? But I also don't feel like we need to know for the story to work. That it, I don't think it makes the story confusing. It's just like, yeah, like she wants to feel useful, and even though we don't know why she wants to feel useful and why she doesn't feel useful, but the lost my train of thought. But so, like, yeah, it might be helpful to get more specific info, but that is a feeling that we can relate to, and so I feel like it works without the specificity. And then I feel like I mostly said my other general thoughts. I don't know. I wish I knew what it was you were feeling insecure about, so I could comfort you. But I liked it. I think it worked. Like, much like Reinkarnitors, like, this story was very solid, and most of my critiques are very nitpicky. Like, the only one that really, like, stuck out to me, well, the only, like, two that stuck out to me the first time I read it were lifting up her tunic and the ending. The rest of them are just, like, more nitpicky stuff that I noticed rereading it and diving deep into it and looking for stuff to critique. But overall, like, I think it flows really well. I think it makes a lot of sense. I like the image. I think it's very transcendent and applicable, so I think it's a good story. Foggy says that they liked the story. Well, it feels like I got through those pretty fast. It feels like I got through the supporter stories slowly and always went overtime, and it feels like if I had my timer on for these, I would have gone under time for both of them. I don't know if that's true, but it feels like it. So knowing that, yeah, I think we can do Shinnies, especially if Shinnies ends up being similar, which I think it will. I can use my monthly powers. Also, you might know this already, Foggy, but I'll say this because I was going to send out a tag, and I still could do that. But I originally had people who were part of the writing group and just, like, the general folks be the same color. And I changed it fairly recently to writing group people are light blue, and if you're not a part of any of the groups, then you have the pink wanderer role. And so you may know this and very deliberately want the wanderer role, but just in case you actually want the writing group role and don't know how to get it, just make sure that you go to channels and roles and click the writing group role. It should say, like, What do I don't remember if the questions are the same when you join versus when you look at channels and roles, but if they are the same, I think it'll be like, what do you want to do in this server? Writing group stuff, or writing stuff. And then that'll give you the writing group role. I'm fine with being a wasteland wanderer. Thanks for letting me know, though. That's fair. Yeah, I just asked because it's mostly about, like, pings, so that you'll get pinged for the writing group, and some people want that, and some people don't want that. And so, just making you aware that it exists. Alright. Here we go. The Lights of Leylathan by Shitty. At night, Leylathan's majestic buildings are lit up with braziers and lanterns. Their soft yellow lights serve as beacons against the dark hillside upon which she sits, drawing the weary traveler to the renowned Elvish haven. I'm reposed along a chaise lawn, gazing up at the colorful paintings upon the roof of the balcony, which come alive in the shadows of the fire. My elvish friend, Zenith, is reclined on a second chaise lawn on the other side of the fire pit. Not a word passes between our lips. Not a word is needed between friends who've known each other for a long time. Soon, Zenith stands up and looks at me. "It is time, friend," he says. I sit up as two more elves appear from within the halls of Leylathan. They place an iron cover over the fire pit, extinguishing its light immediately. I blink in the sudden darkness, my eyes briefly catching the flickering of torches and braziers in the distance. One by one, their lights are also quenched, leaving the whole place in complete blackness. A soft hand takes me by the arm to the edge of the balcony. A friendly voice whispers, "Look up." I gaze up, my eye resting upon a solitary star faintly twinkling in the infinite night sky. As I stare, her light slowly grows brighter and brighter, the sky fading from black to purple. As I continue to watch, more faint stars start to emerge from the dark, like jellyfish emerging from the depths of the sea. More of them sprout out of the depths of the night, their radiance glowing ever more brilliant, until the whole sky is a celestial light show. Hundreds of thousands of stars casting their heavenly luminescence upon our awestruck faces, chasing away the shadows that had us shrouded. I gaze open-mouthed at my dear friend. In the glittering starlight, a sad smile is painted on his lips. "Dark times are coming, my friend," he says. "But as long as you are with me, I will always have hope." Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Thank you for the cheer, Norman. Mini cheer. Leylathan has the same vibes as Raleigh. What do you mean by that? Because that sounds like... It has Rivendell vibes to me, and I feel like Rivendell is very different from Raleigh. Thank you for the cheer, Makokam. Alright, but this was a very, atmospheric story, very sweet and gentle and enjoyable, and I do very much enjoy those, Rivendell, pretty, grand, pretty, majestic, luminous, ethereal. I think ethereal is the word I wanted. I got there in the end. Elfish vibes. And so I do enjoy that. So I think just getting into it. So I think most of my critiques are at the beginning. So probably the biggest critique for the story is kind of in some ways similar to my critique for Mako's story, which is that, well, similar but different. So, at night, Leylathan's majestic buildings are lit up with braziers and lanterns. This seems like a third-person omniscient narrator is like, "Hey, we got this place, Leylathan. Pretty lanterns." Their soft yellow light serve as beacons against the dark hillside upon which she sits, drawing the weary traveler to the renowned Elvish haven. This seems very far back. Here we are, omniscient narrator, yes, we are looking upon the city from afar. Look, it's like a beacon on the hillside. I am reposed upon a chaise lawn. wait, what? Like, there's an eye here? I thought we were looking at from afar in an omniscient narrator. What is a chase long? Why are we here? You know? So I think there are times, like, because I've done this before, there is a particular story that I wrote where, like, I was describing, like, Lizzie is climbing up a tree, and she asks Henry to do something, and then I said something, and then everyone's like, I? Who's the I? Why? You spent all this time talking about what Lizzie and Henry were doing. I thought it was third person. So yeah, I've done that before, and like sometimes the only way to fix it is kind of a boring way that like you have to do something like, I see the lights, or, you know, I sit within the halls of Leylathan. At night, it's majestic buildings, you know. Not, like, super creative, but it does the job of be like, hey, there's an eye here, there's an eye perspective, not omniscient, not far off. And it was an issue of, like, I could definitely guess what a chase long was, and when I looked it up, I was like, oh yeah, that was what I was imagining. But I have never heard of this, and I the last time I saw this word was in Pride and Prejudice, and it means a carriage, and that's clearly not what this is. And so, especially with the confusion of there's an I here, adding words that I didn't know left me feeling very like confused and whiplashy at first. But that's partly on me for just not knowing what the word is. I think most people know what that is. And then the next thing that I didn't realize it was so close to that. The next thing that's a bit confusing is the paintings on the roof of the balcony. And I may have just got the right image as I read it now, but I'll tell you what happened here. So balconies, when I hear the word balcony, I don't think of a roofed thing. I think of, balcony, step outside, open air. And so when you say roof, the first thing that comes to mind, I'm like, do you mean the balcony above you? Like, there's, like, you're, like, down here, and there's somebody above you, there's another balcony, and, like, there's a painting under it? That seems weird. And then I was like, okay, well, maybe there's, like, a little wooden roof that's, like, there over the balcony. Like, maybe that's not that weird. Not where my mind first goes to, but okay, that's possible. But now that I'm, I don't know if I can describe it well, but I just got the image as I read it that last time of kind of like, you might see that in like Rivendell, that there might be like a kind of an outcropping, and then it's like a stone roof that's more like circular, and there's kind of an X in the middle and like pillars, and I could totally see, because the other thing I was gonna say is like, it's weird that there's a roof over a balcony. It's doubly weird that there's a painting underneath it. And so I was like, is there a painting under the balcony above you? And then I'm like, okay, there's like a wooden roof. Okay, why is there a painting in there? But then when I finally thought of that like stone, more like circular thing, like, yeah, I could totally see like a painting of a starry night or something under that. It's kind of like a stone gazebo, but like outside. And I think, I don't know for sure, but maybe balcony is the wrong word, because I think you're thinking of something longer, like something long that has this kind of gazebo on the end. I could be way off base, but like I said, I was really confused about there being a roof on a balcony when I first read it, and I feel like I'm finally starting to see it. And I think balcony might have been the problem word there, because it's just like tiny little outcropping off my hotel room, you know, not like long thing that has basically a gazebo area with a fire pit in it, you know. Also, the hotel room made me remember, I was a little, I don't know, a little confused as to what Leylathan was, and that one might be on me. But I was like, okay, so at night, Leylathan's majestic buildings, multiple buildings, are lit up with braziers and lanterns. Their soft yellow lights serve as a beacon against the dark hillside upon which she sits. Okay, so that's kind of like it's describing a city. There's many buildings. It kind of fills up the hillside city. And then, let's see. And then it says, within the halls of Leylathan. Okay, so that's more of like one building, or like one area with multiple buildings. What might be a thing that's described that way? A palace. A palace is like, has halls like that, but multiple buildings, and can sit on a hillside. Okay. But Weary Traveler seems more like a hotel, that it's like, hey, here's the hillside where our really nice hotel is, and you can rest after a long journey, kind of thing. So that might just be a me issue. It's not that big a deal, but that is something that I think would be nice to have a little bit clearer, like if it is a palace, using the word palace. And granted, as I'm using that Rivendell image, how would you describe Rivendell? You would say halls of Rivendell. Would you call Rivendell a palace? I don't think so. And so, would you call it a hotel or an inn? No. Would you call it a city? No. So maybe that is why it's described this way, is because it is kind of in between all of those things. So maybe it's actually described perfectly properly, because all the images I got are correct in one way or another. But I'm a little unsure of what you're going for there. And, like, was another thing that I was a little confused about at the beginning. I do like the idea of, like, here's my friend, and, like, we don't need to say anything because we're friends who've known each other a long time. Oh, ad. Ad, yes. Oh, you can't really see him super well, but there's the cat. So funny how they sit where I want them to and relax like I want them to at the end. I wanted you to sit like this the whole time. That would have been so lovely. But now you're only sitting like this at the very end. And Bella's being all cute and relaxed on the table, too. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Boy, I'm hiding his... Hide the face. It's more like he's just sleepy, but... Okay, thank you, back. But yeah, I like the image of we've been friends for a long time, we don't need to say anything. I like the vibes of it's time, like there's something, I don't know how to describe that, but I like the vibes. This is an interesting thing, because I was talking about before, like, if it's not important to the story, that the characters are aliens, don't tell us they're aliens, and just let the story unfold. And this story has an interesting thing where it's like, on the one hand, the main reason I got those Rivendell vibes is because you said that they're elves. And I may not have gotten the Rivendell vibes, if that's what you wanted, if you didn't say they were elves. But at the same time, it seems like, this is a renowned elvish haven. My elvish friend. Kind of sounds like you're not an elf. More elves appear. Yeah, it sounds like you're definitely not an elf. And so it seems to be called out like, you're not an elf, but this is an elf place. Why is any of that important? Like, it's not really noted like, oh, I'm an outsider here. I don't ever get to see this. They see this every night, or they see this every year, but I never see it. That's not really noted anywhere. And so it feels like it's not really important to note that they're elves, because I'm kind of going, why does it matter that they're elves? All that really matters is that we've got this really cool place where they put out the fires to make the stars more visible. Humans can do that. It can still be as cool for humans. Like, the only thing you'd lose would be the Rivendell vibes. And if that's super important, then maybe it's worth keeping. But otherwise, feels like it's not that important to mention the elves. Okay, so I had like... I had a dumb moment when I read this story, and part of the reason I note this is because it happened twice. Because I read this story twice, and was only looking at it more deeply during my critique that I realized my mistake. And I actually think I accidentally kept the comment about it at the bottom. I missed that the rest of the torches and braziers got quenched. And I think there's two reasons why it happened. And I I think that maybe the main reason is because this used to say living, and I was very lost as to what it meant, and so that captured all my attention. That typo was like, living the whole place in darkness. Like, what does that mean? And so that captured my attention, and I didn't remember the rest of the sentence. So that could be part of it. But another part of it could be that we go, okay, one light extinguished, the one right next to us extinguished. I see there's still lights and there's still lights. There's still torches and braziers in the distance. Period. New sentence, not very connected. They're also quenched. And then, like I said, and then I got distracted. And so I feel like I was left with this image, and I missed this image. And this image is super important. And I feel like even if I wasn't confused, though granted, that's why I'm saying this, but even if I didn't miss it, I do feel like it would work better to have them more connected. And I wish I wrote down an option there. But something like that, you know, my eyes catching the lights of flickering torches and braziers in the distance, which one by one go out. Have it all be one sentence. Or, I blink in the sudden darkness. All the torches and braziers across Leylathan. I see all the torches and braziers across Leylathan go out. You know, I think just, no matter how you said it, I think having all of that be one complete thought instead of like, aha, there are more lights. Okay, so this one went out, the other ones didn't. The lights go out. You know, I think that connecting them, making it one complete thought instead of saying, the lights out there are there. They're still around. No, they're not. You know, I think just flowing, making it more about them going out than them still being there, I think would be better. That might be too nitpicky, or that might just be because I had a brain fart, as I read the story. But it's a thing I thought of that could potentially improve the story. Really like this. There's a line. You ever have those lines that just like stick in your head? Just like generally. One of the lines that does that for me is in the Picard show, is this line, like, Picard, look up. And it definitely has those same vibes, and I love those vibes. And it just very much reads like these are friends who've known each other a long time, but there's also the ethereal elfishness to him. I guess you'd lose that if you made him not an elf, as he wouldn't feel ethereally elfish. But I love the vibes of this. Okay, so this paragraph here, there are things I like about it, but also things I have to critique about it. The imagery is beautiful. I think you did, you know, because I was, you know, critiquing Lilladyeva's story earlier for being like, I want this described in a more grand way. I think this is described in a grand way, and so I do give you kudos for that, and I do like that. But there are a couple things that you do in this paragraph that ended up, I think, giving me the wrong image. So when it says solitary here, I got the image of there's only one star in the sky. Not there's gonna be more appearing. And like, again, to be fair, and maybe I'm just trying to, like, I don't know. I was supposed to say hedge my bets, but that's not the right word. But I've been tired. Now I can say I've been tired. Well, I've read the story 4 times, and only one of them was I not tired when I read it. And so that could definitely contribute to me having brain farts as I read it. And this could have been another brain fart. But when you said solitary, there's something about this word that feels very definitive to me, that it's not like, oh, for now there's one star, but there's gonna be others. It read to me as like, there's one star in the sky, and that's what the show's gonna be about. And so I think just saying, my eye resting upon a star, faintly twinkling in the night sky, oh, now there's more, I think would work better, and saying solitary just calls it out a little too much for me. And then for this, I very much thought this was all very literal. That, you know, that the star's light is genuinely growing brighter and brighter. The sky literally is fading from black to purple because of what this star is doing. But you might have just meant that their eyes are adjusting. You might have just meant, like, okay, lights are going out, slowly starting to be able to see more. Okay, I saw one star. Okay, more lights go out. Oh, I see more. Oh, this guy looked black, but now it looks purple. You know, that's great. Both images are great. Love them both. But if the latter is what you meant, I think saying it grows brighter and brighter and fading that from black to purple without anything to describe, like, this is their perception, not what's literally happening, it makes it read like it's what's literally happening. And so, let's see if I can think about how to describe it. I mean, you could quite simply say, as my eyes adjust. Instead of saying as I stare, just as my eyes adjust, her light slowly goes brighter and brighter. I think that would totally fix it. Because this very much made me think, ooh, okay, so it isn't just like we're getting rid of light pollution, like there's a show. There's a light show going on. Maybe it takes place every 100 years or something, but something's going on here. I really like the jellyfish image, especially because of our affinity for jellyfish and the prompt that we had. It makes me think of your story about the sci-fi story where they find I think that was yours, where they find the ship that is full of jellyfish. And so it makes me think of, like, one of the stars could be the ship. And yeah, very, very fun, cute image. Probably my favorite image in the piece. Second to the vibes of the look up line. Yeah, the rest of it works very well to me. Very, very beautiful and fun. I kind of have mixed feelings about this. That, on the one hand, like, especially if this is the sky literally getting brighter and changing color, yeah, that's pretty awe-inspiring. And so that's worthy of being open-mouthed about. But there's also an element of, if it's not an actual light show, if it's just seeing the stars, there's kind of an element of, like, have you not seen the stars before? Which is possible. But I feel like if that is true, like, that should be noted. Like, that would be so cool to note, like, I've never seen the stars. Like, I don't know how you could do it, because, like, you used your words. You used all your words. But, like, if the balcony did indeed have a painting of the stars on it, then maybe they're like, the main character's like, what are those? And they're like, they're stars. And the main character's like, oh, I didn't know the stars look like that. And then they're like, you're gonna see what the stars look like tonight. And then this happens, and they're like, oh my gosh, the stars aren't what I thought. Beautiful. You know, but yeah, so it's kind of a question of, is it just the normal stars? But as I'm talking about it, like, yeah, like if we did this, if we turned out all our lights to stop the light pollution for one night to see the stars, you know what? We'd probably do the same thing, because it would be really amazing and beautiful. So you know what? I'm rescinding that critique, because I think it works. And I do like the ominous ending. So this is the comment that I left that I should have cut. But when I missed this, then I was like, well, the point of the story seems to be the lights going on, not the lights going out. Not realizing that, no, the point is the lights going out so the lights can come on. And I do really like that, now that I've actually read it properly. I really enjoy that it's not just the lights going out, it's one type of light, like the human invention, the torches going out, so that the natural light of the sky can shine more brightly. Like, that's a really cool use of the prompt that I like a lot. And I like the ominousness of, you know, dark times are coming, and that adds another layer to the prompt. It's not just the literal lights going out, it's also, you know, the lights are going to go out in terms of, like, hope and symbolism and stuff like that. And so, and then I, of course, love you did my challenge perfectly. Pretty, a bit on the nose, but you know what? I liked it. I liked it in this case. That is, like, you know, dark times are coming, but as long as I have you by my side, I can keep going. I think it's gonna be okay. And I think that's very sweet and fun. And I think it's really cool because I don't know exactly how to describe it, but the friendship vibes in this story have such a particular vibe that's difficult to describe, that isn't something I see a lot in these stories, and I think it's because it's hard to get across in these kinds of stories, where it does just feel like they've known each other for a really long time, and like they know each other's ins and outs, and they don't have to say a lot to understand each other. They really care about each other. And there doesn't necessarily have to be anything more than friendship, but like that bond is super strong. And yeah, it's hard to describe, but it's cool, and I like it a lot. So yeah, this was a fun story. It's got immaculate vibes. I enjoyed it a lot. Let's see what folks have been saying. Jay's Long is one of the things that I would ruminate, probably needlessly so, about whether or not I'm now acknowledging the existence of French in this fantasy world. That's a great point, for sure. Yeah, and granted, you could just say long couch. Honestly would not throw me as much. Like, yes, again, like kind of like we talked about with Masa's story, would it be less accurate? Yes, it would. But saying, you know, just, I reposed upon a long couch or a long settee or something like that, I think would flow better for my personal brain. Mako, I knew the thing, I just thought it was spelled lounge. I heard that from my dad too. He also was like, isn't that supposed to be lounge? But I looked it up and it's not. It's long. Yeah, it's French. I'm thinking they're thinking of a mezzanine. Well, I have learned what a mezzanine is recently, and that's not what a mezzanine is either. That a mezzanine is something that's more inside. That it's like, okay, different layers on the inside, instead of outdoors. Another example of English-speaking people using French names to sound fancy, even though the translation sounds anything but fancy. Do you mean long couch? Oh yeah, yes, the long chair. Perhaps we will sit here and eat some burnt cream and creme brulee. Oh, that's amazing. That would be kind of a silly story of like trying to put, they're called loan words, right? But all like the loan words, not all, but a lot of like loan words in it, and just translating them directly. Now I'm not thinking what other thing, but I feel like it could be really funny. I don't know how to pronounce them properly, but pan grille, pan non grille, pan surgele, as opposed to burnt bread, non-burnt bread, and frozen bread. Yes, we will, recline upon our long chairs and eat our burnt cream and our non-burnt bread. Yeah, rooftop patio. That would totally work. Yeah, if you just said, the roof of the rooftop patio is like a little clunky. But if you found some way to say rooftop patio instead of balcony, that would totally work. Okay, with Leylathan and Raleigh, it's just name vibes, gotcha. I do love the name. I do think it's very pretty and fun to say. I do like it. Alright, thank you so much for submitting, Shinny. I suppose I should still show y'all what the prompt was, even though I technically already did in the book fair stream. Okay, get out those drum rolls. Oh yeah, I have to go to the secret one to get A, Death's Head's chart, and B, the actual vote. Alright.
Oh, sorry, kitty. Did I scare you? I didn't mean to scare you.
Alright. In third place with 17 votes is Misspent Youth. In second place with 22 votes is Some Angels Have Fangs. And in first place with 23 votes is Cat Distribution System. And there's the actual vote. So, like I said before, like, I really like both Misspent Youth and Some Angels Have Fangs, and as you could tell from my my question in the writing group, I had some nerves around oh baby, he's cold. Here, I'm gonna mute for a second while he coughs. Oh, maybe he's done.
Maybe he's done. Oh, no, he's not. Okay.
I think he's close enough to done. It's okay. Funny, the cat starts hacking when we get cat distribution system. But I was saying, as you could probably tell from my question in the writing group chat, I had some nerves around Some Angels Have Fangs, but once I saw all of your answers, I was like, you know what? I'm starting to like this more and more. So I'm honestly kind of hoping that it wins next time, or at some point here in the near future. But not our winner. Our winner is another prompt that I absolutely adore, because of course I do. I knew once we got this, I was like, oh yes, this one's going to win one of these days, and it will be a glorious day. And it's indeed. Very, very happy about this one. Very excited about this one. This is probably one of the only prompts that I will actually like submit my stories the day I post it, because I quickly got them out there. So I did read my longer version of my prompt intro during the book fair stream, but do you guys want me to read the updated version of the intro, the more or less final draft of the intro? Or shall we just move on with our lives? I'll open up the stream chat on oops, over here. Cute cute kitty. I would, because I have no ideas. So says Massa. Up to you, says Deathhead. Well, you know what? Good enough for me. And there are different people here than who were on the book fair stream, so might as well read it to the folks who weren't there. Let's go grab it. Alright. Oh, we gotta zoom in. Alright. I don't know if that's zoomed in enough. Alright. This week's prompt, 211, Cat Distribution System. Psst, psst, come here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Alright, we're almost out of the prison. Oh, there's a cat. Do you think we should follow it? Rules in submission rules, example stories, formatting in example stories. Make sure you read them. You may not be eligible if you don't. Cats are particularly weird and fun pets. People joke about how we own dogs, but cats own us. Cats are prone to wander into people's homes unannounced and uninvited, and often be adopted. But really, didn't the cat just decide, this is my home now? There are many memes that show a picture of a cat in someone's house with the caption, "This is not my cat." The phrase cat distribution system to describe this phenomena was apparently coined by TikToker Hermes the Cynic. Some people think that when cats were domesticated in ancient Egypt, it was also through self-domestication, especially since we have a lack of historical fiction in the writing group. It'd be so fun to see you write stories about ancient Egyptian cats. Actually, this prompt could apply to pretty much any era in history. There are many different ways in which a cat might wander into someone's home and get adopted, which could range from hilarious to serious. Maybe a stray cat goes from place to place, distributing its love. I've heard stories of multiple people thinking they own a stray cat. Maybe a bunch of feral cats travel across the country. Someone might be trying to home a bunch of kittens. There are also more fantastical ways you could take this. I can't stop thinking about the GIF Makokam, who posted this prompt, keeps posting, where someone loads a crossbow with cats. Apparently there's also a Simpsons scene with a literal catapult, too. Those could be hilarious takes. Maybe the cat distribution system is a subscription service that brings you a cat every month. Maybe this is how cat ladies become cat ladies. Or maybe a guy shows up every month holding a cat, Simba style. You get a couple pets and then they move on to the next house. Maybe the cat is actually the one distributing something. I could see a witch's familiar sent out to sell her wares or advertise her services. Maybe the cat sells things to other cats. Maybe they're selling illicit catnip. Maybe the cat is the one who created the petting subscription service. This could be a great time to test your point of view skills and write from the cat's perspective, trying to keep their voice as much like a real cat's as possible. Or you could even write from the dog's point of view, who does not want a new kitty sibling. While cat isn't a very versatile word, you could play with, is this a little kitty or a big kitty? No one said that tigers and lions don't count. How might a big cat fall into the distribution system? Might an adventurer see a big cat much like we would a stray cat wandering into the house, that they're just hungry and need a loving home? You can apply this prompt to almost any universe. As long as cats exist, your characters might encounter them, be it a stray to pet on the street or a new pet to keep. If you've never explored your character's feelings on cats, now's the time. As I note in the submission rules, please be careful regarding topics of cat abuse and cat death. Especially since I put my dog down recently, I'm even more sensitive to animal death than usual. These topics are not entirely off limits. However, only use them knowing there's a high chance your story might not be read due to the subject being too difficult to stomach. My challenge to you is to pick either A historical time period you don't see written about for the writing group much, and or B, a genre you don't see written about for the writing group much, and or you yourself have never written for the writing group, and write about that. Cats have been around a long time, so use this prompt to write about a different time period. Well, we made it out of there, and I think we have a cat now. I can't tell if they're guiding us on a grand quest, or just looking for treats. Bye, me. So yeah, I hope that gives you some ideas, and feel free to say in the chat if you have ideas that I didn't mention in the intro. But yeah, it's funny because I was like, when I first started writing this, because I didn't know if you guys would want me to post it early. At the time, I didn't have, like, this setting. I didn't have, like, you guys to tell me, like, here's our ideas to help me with the intro. And so I was like, oh no, it's gonna be hard to write the intro without, like, their ideas in my head. And then I, like, was typing furiously and almost didn't get it under the word count. And so it's like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. You do love cats. Yes, and there's the... yeah, I guess there's no harm in showing it. I can show the GIF. Oh, there you go. Yeah. There's the crossbow cat distribution system, and then a very cute Kiki's delivery service GIF there too. So yes. Cat launcher. But yes, so there's many ways to distribute a cat. You can distribute it in funny ways like the cat launcher. It can be more realistic ways. It can be the cat distributing something. It could be more fantastical things. But yeah, it's a good time. It's a good prompt. I'm excited to see what you guys have to do with this. gotta go now, says Arith. Have a good night, Kaylee, and thank you for the great stream. I'm very glad to hear you enjoyed it. I want to find, because last time at the end of the book fair stream, I found like a cute kitty stream, and so I kind of want to find that again, because like this is the only prompt that we can do that with. Oops. Yeah, that's looking like a cute kitty stream. Let's see, how do I find... There we go. Okay, we can do that. Oh, yes, thank you. So if you're not read here on the stream, you are not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome, and they do backup readings. That happens at 5 p.m. Central Time on Sundays. You can submit your story to read it to others. You can have somebody else read it for you. You can just lurk. That happens in the writing group chat, writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. And it's first come, first serve, so make sure you submit if you'd like to go early. So, yeah. Join us or else no cats for you. Oh, amazing. Alrighty, Roo. Well, I have enjoyed myself. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Very fun stories, very, very fun times. But it is now time for dinner. Okay, so let's see. Show me their name again. Okay. I'm gonna send you to just a cat stream. Alrighty. I just saw MasaCur. Why do I suddenly want to write about cat girls? The sudden urge to write about cat girls. I mean, that's totally fair game. But yes, I hope that a cat is distributed to you promptly before the next stream. Or that you at least get some time with some sort of kitty before the next stream. Yes, so see y'all next time. Okay. Okie dokie. See you later. Bye. So I kind of have to speed run it a little bit, but I'll still show you guys the announcement for the next prompt. Dee-da-doo. Aw, cute. Okay. Okay, I'm already zoomed in. Alrighty, Roo. Oh, I don't have them tallied up. I think Devset might have tallied them up. Okay, he did. Wonderful. I'm just gonna trust that he was correct. Alright, so, okay, he didn't add them up, though. Oh no, he did. That's the green one. Okay, cool. In third place, with 17 votes, we have Misspent Youth. Oh yes, the drum roll. We have Misspent Youth. I quite like that prompt. I hope it wins one of these days. Not our prompt today, though. In second place, with 22 votes, we have Some Angels Have Fangs. I had some nerves about this one, but seeing your guys' ideas in the chat actually made me feel quite excited about it. I think you guys would make some really cool stuff for this. So please do submit it next time. Well, maybe I'll talk about it in a second, but do submit it next time, because I bet you it'll win next time. But our winner with 23 votes is Cat Distribution System. And I'll show you, well, I guess I'll put it away for now. I'll show you it in the, nope, wrong place. In the Yeah, here we go. Oh, all I had to do was scroll up. Whoops. Like that. Alrighty-roo. Pictures a little man tap dancing on an enormously comedically sized drum. Amazing. Somebody make art. Yes, I'm very excited about this prompt. I've been excited about it since since it first came up. I think it's fantastic. I love cats. I think what I actually might do is, I'm not done with the prompt intro. I don't have a final version yet. But my current version is over the limit anyways, and most of the stuff I talk about, as I usually do, like I usually am like, you could do this or this here, is what I put in the intro, and so I feel like I might as well just read my intro to you. But if you guys have any other ideas that I did not, or the intro as I have it at the moment, at least, here we go. Can I pull you out? Yes, I can. Okay. Cool. Cool. Yeah, so it might be a little bit rough. Compared to what you're used to, but I'll just read you what I got. Arith says, Makokam and I were discussing the cat distribution system, and he explained it related to people finding cats randomly and adopting them. So I came up with a wizard adopting a cat as a familiar for my fantasy setting. Hopefully that still fits. Absolutely. All right. So this one. That is smaller than I thought it would be. There we go. Yeah, so sometimes the last thing I come up with is the greeting. So yeah, I haven't come up with the greeting yet, but all right, we're almost out of prison. Oh, there's a cat. Do you think we should follow it? Those who have pets know that there are many strange and fun aspects to owning an animal. Cats have a particular brand of weirdness to them. People will make memes about the fact that we own dogs, but cats own us. That we don't adopt cats, they adopt us. And cats are prone to wander into people's homes unannounced and uninvited, and sometimes the human will decide to keep them. But really, didn't the cat just decide, this is my home now? There are many fun memes that show a picture of a cat in someone's house with the caption, "This is not my cat." The phrase cat distribution system to describe this phenomenon was apparently coined by TikToker Hermes the Cynic. My favorite example of this that I've seen in recent times is this, and I guess I can just plop that. Oh, well, I can't plop it in the Discord chat right now, but I will in a second. Some people think that when cats were first domesticated in ancient Egypt, it was also through a self-domestication process. Especially since we have a lack of historical fiction in the writing group, it would be so fun to see you write stories about ancient Egyptian cats. Actually, this prompt could apply to pretty much any era in history. You could write about cats in the Renaissance, in the Wild West, during the French Revolution, whenever. You could write about a cat indeed wandering into someone's home and getting adopted. There are so many different ways in which this might happen, which could range from hilarious to very serious. However, there are other ways you could take the phrase too. In a realistic sense, maybe a cat doesn't get adopted, but rather goes from place to place, distributing its love around. Stray cats can be like this. I've heard stories of multiple people thinking they own a stray cat at the same time. Maybe a bunch of feral cats travel across the country. Someone might have a bunch of kittens desperately trying to find them a home. Therapy cats, which come to visit patients in hospitals, can also fit this idea. There are also more fantastical and funny ways you could take this. I can't stop thinking about the gif of Makokam, the one who posted this prompt, keeps posting, where someone loads a crossbow with cats. Apparently there's also a Simpsons scene with a literal catapult, too. Those could be hilarious takes. Maybe someone creates a cat factory that distributes cats where they are needed. Maybe the cat distribution system is like a subscription service that brings you a cat every month. Maybe this is how cat ladies become cat ladies, with houses full of cats. Or maybe you don't get to keep it, but a guy shows up every month holding a cat, Simba style, and you get a couple pets from this month's beauty, maybe some fun facts about the cat, and then they move on to the next house. Maybe the cat is actually the one distributing something. I could see a witch's familiar being sent out to sell her wares or advertise her services. Maybe the cat sells things to other cats. Maybe they're selling illicit catnip. Maybe the cat is the one who created the petting subscription service. This could be a fun prompt to use to play with perspective. You could write from a human perspective, or the cat's, or even the dog, who does not want a new kitty sibling. And you could decide if you want the cat to be human-like, or if you want to try to keep them as much like a real cat as possible. While cat isn't a very versatile word, one thing about it you could play with is this a little kitty or a big kitty? No one said that tigers and lions didn't count. Might a big cat fall into the distribution system? Does a big cat try to attack someone only for the adventurer to see it, much like we would a stray cat wandering into the house? They're just hungry and need a loving home. Something that's fun about this prompt is that you can apply it to almost any universe. As long as cats exist in your universe, your characters might encounter them, be it a stray to pet on the street or a new pet to keep. If you've never explored your character's feelings on cats, now's the time. As I note in the submission rules, please be careful regarding the topics of cat abuse and cat death. Especially since I put my dog down recently, I'm even more sensitive to animal death than usual. These topics are not entirely off limits. Not entirely off limits. If you want to take it as a challenge to do them well in a way I can stomach, be my guest. However, only do so knowing there's a high chance your story might not be read due to the subject being too difficult to stomach. My challenge to you is to pick either A, a historical time period you don't see written about for the writing group much, and or B, a genre you don't see written about for the writing group much, and write about that. The versatility of this prompt allows you to have fun on a larger scale. Well, we made it out of there, and I think we have a cat now. I can't tell if they're guiding us on a grand quest or just looking for treats. Me. So I don't know if I can't decide if this challenge is good or if it's, like I say, this prompt is so versatile. I really want to come up with a good challenge for this. And I can't remember if I made this challenge a while ago, and so if I did, I should probably change it. But especially as I've been talking about historical fiction lately, I felt like that could be a fun thing where it's like, specifically write historical fiction, write about cats in history. But like I said, because it's so versatile, I really want to make sure it's a good challenge. Another one I was thinking about is, I still haven't used the potential challenge of write about your characters in an AU, write about your characters in a different setting than you usually would. And so I don't know if this would be a good time to throw that one out there. But yeah, like, it's fun because, as I say, all you need is a cat. And there have been cats throughout history, and there are cats in fantasy worlds. And so, like, all you need to do is a cat is distributed to someone, or a cat distributes something to someone. And there's so much you can do with that, and so many settings you can place that in. So, yeah. The cat market. Black cat market. That's awesome. Cat Sith, enough said. Nice. Oh, yeah. I'm kind of worried for Amita the moth's well-being. Cats tend to play with moths as prey animals. Like, they play with mice. Worries. Fair. Probably nothing is a chronic worrier anyway. That would be interesting if people decide to write about that. It's kind of like with Lilladyeva story a while ago where the moth just dies, and I was like, you didn't have to go that hard. I feel like people might do that. It's like, oh, we don't want the cats to die, but what about moths? Can we push the limits there? And granted, I probably, admittedly, will feel less sad about a moth dying than a cat, but still would be sad. But anyways, yeah. Oh, there's an ad break apparently, but I was actually gonna get going, because I need to get going. So I guess I'll wait for the ad to end. But I hope that you have enjoyed discussing my books, looking at the illustrations, and discussing the prompt. I hope that this was a fun, albeit strange and irregular stream. I'll probably make an actual vote, but what do you guys think in terms of making... would you rather have the prompts run simultaneously, or we wait for the cat one until next week? So I post this next Monday. Ad break ended. Okie dokie. Do you guys have anybody you think I should raid? Anybody cat related? Cat related or Arabian Night related? Might as well post today. The cat's out of the bag. Nice. It's more about, like, is it gonna confuse people to have two running simultaneously? Because the lamps are going out, you can still post for. And then you'd be able to post for the cat one too. But I guess we have done that in the past, haven't we? Well, I'm waiting for you guys. I guess I can try and see if there's any... If I just look up, like, cats on Twitch, if there's anything. Lucky when X is playing Salt and Sanctuary, which isn't related, but he's part of my streamer community. Nice. Well, we don't, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, here we go. Are these just cats? Would you rather go to a game stream, or go to an actual cat stream? Because I see someone playing the Elden Ring, and they're called Catalyst, and that's why they came up. And I also see one that seems to be saying adorable kitties. It's kind of cut off, but I see a room and adorable kitties. Guess I'll take a look. Come on. What you doing? Show me the cats. There we go. Oh, they are cute. Yeah, I think I might just have to. Okay. See you next time. Oh yeah, I didn't do my normal thing. But yes, I don't know. I want to say, like, I hope you find cats. I hope a cat is distributed to you throughout the week. There we go. Goodbye.